so he could see it. And you got to join the dots. But bugger me, it's a butterfly. Its wings are spread. It's got two antennae on its head. The shape of the body is a typical insect body shape, like a little torpedo. And what he did, he had three different lead pencils and a soft rubber, and he drew at the eyepiece. And I thought, why would you do that? With what we can do with photography. But when he does a nebula, like say the Orion Nebula, instead of the center of it being washed out with the light from the trapezium in the center of the cluster, he gets the trapezium plus the detail in the dust lanes and the nebulosity. Anyway, when he went back to Finland, uh, he sent me a copy of the journal that article went into, of course, with a printed English translation. Yeah, so we're a brothers around the world into astronomy. I love it.
Trevor, did you know a guy named Tony Beersford?
No, mate.
He was an Australian observer who monitored supernova 1987A and gave a daily magnitude report on the web back when I was on the web in those days.
Yeah. No, there was a few of us. I made my best buddy, Anthony Wesley, Bird. He
Sure.
he's come out to Broken Hill twice, actually, brought his telescope with him. Purpose-built trailer, actually, to fit his scope in. And actually out here, so what was that, 2010? Uh, he was on the concrete slab where my observatory was when it was single story, and I was upstairs in where it is now, very adjacent. He's a really quiet bloke, and we were both imaging Jupiter. And had just finished an RGB data set, and I was rotating my filter wheel back to the red channel, and he let out this yell, and I thought, Struth, one of the wife's redback spiders in the garden has bitten him, but he actually he saw in real time uh, a fireball, a collision with Jupiter. And that came to be known as the bird spot, actually. Yeah, after my mate Bird.
Yes, I
I
remember that.
parked down in my observatory commemorating Bird's fireball on Jupiter. Yeah, sung out to me, hoping that I would have it. He was in the middle of a red channel, but I just finished the blue and was rotating the filter wheel, and the fireball. Sadly, it didn't last, but he actually saw it in real time as it happened. Yeah.
I remember that. I'm the guy that does the um, Jupiter email list, and I saw his report the next morning for me, a couple of hours
Yeah, well,
after that.
yeah, that was from here in Broken Hill.
Very cool. If I remember correctly, since you didn't have an image of it, he called up Christopher Go to see if he was imaging at that time.
Yeah, he didn't know he had it. He was imaging. He had been imaging, but he mustn't have been looking at the live feed coming in. And he went back through his data, and it turned out that he had it in a blue channel, and Bird had it in a red channel. Yeah, interesting stuff. Oh, I'm hanging out to see this happen at Saturn. The hours that you wouldn't believe the time that I put in imaging Saturn. Like, yeah, a lot of time.
That was very exciting for me to catch it. Like, one of the, besides you guys, one of the first people on the planet to know about this. And of course, I immediately put that out everywhere.
Hey, Richard. Hey, you're on mute. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Jim. Nice to see you.
Good to see
I
you too.
I understand you've been giving presentations already.
I did a little one yesterday. How are you coming along with the knee?
It's coming along. Thanks for asking. Um,
Good.
I'm cautiously hoping to get back into the harness again for the beginning of August. So
Awesome.
anyway, it's coming. Thank you.
For those that you don't, Richard is in my local club. He's the secretary. So great to see you here, Richard.
Well, thank you. I'm looking forward to the afternoon. I may have to zip in and out every once in a while, but I'll be back.
Hey, what you missed, you can catch on YouTube, right?
Well, that's a good point. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
Uh,
We're going to give it a couple more minutes, obviously, to let everybody get in, and then we'll kick this
sure.
off.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not clear yet on how to chat with, like, for instance, chatting with you so that I'm not interrupting other people.
Well, we are broadcasting ourselves to the whole group here. We're not on a separate channel, but
Oh, is
if
that
you
right?
need to, if you want to chat, you can always use the chat button and do something directly to somebody.
I see. And just put in
Yeah, a little
whatever
text.
their label. Hmm.
Yep,
Okay,
little
thank
text
you.
message to them.
I see. Chat previews. Well, you've had any luck with any observations given our rotten weather?
Yeah, our weather has been stinko lately. I did get up early Thursday before going into work and did Saturn, and actually got some steady skies. So
Oh, good
I
for
was
you.
happy with that. Yeah,
Good for you.
but
You may have, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's been terrible weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, oh well. Hopefully in the fall things will get better.
Yeah, it's the lament of the amateur astronomer, the weather of the
Yeah,
clouds.
that's right. That's right. Now, the sea star would not necessarily help with the with viewing planets, would it?
With viewing clouds.
Huh? Oh, I mean, well, not bad with bad
See,
weather.
yeah, it doesn't have a cloud filter yet, so
I see. Okay. Okay.
Morning, Jim. Are
Sorry, I'm just
you
kidding.
The C star, the focal length's only 250 millimeter, and you can't put a Barlow on it. I tried. So they're tiny, but you can do a 2x and 4x, digital zoom, but it's
the
still it's not going to be ALPO quality or research quality,
well
but
the sweet
for
spot for the sea star seems to be the lunar and solar for in relation to ALPO. That seems to be
right,
where it
right,
really shines.
Is that
yeah,
right? I see.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I know Greg Shanos is sending a lot of very, like the last eclipse, the last lunar eclipse, Greg sent in a lot of very fine images using his sea star. So,
yeah. The C star actually did better during the total phase than using a ZWO camera and a refractor.
mhm,
The
yeah,
color was more natural and better than through the C star and through the refractor. So the C star
yeah.
did a much better job during totality. I was really surprised. Yeah. But it's really made for deep sky, which is.
Jim? Are you chairing the session this morning?
Yeah, I'm going to try to be the master of ceremonies here, give Tim a
Okay.
break.
Am I coming through good enough?
You are loud and clear, Rick.
Good.
And with that, it's 1 o'clock. So, Tim, if you want to, 1 o'clock Eastern, if you want to go ahead and start the recording, we'll get things underway. Alrighty, so welcome everybody to day 2 of our 2025 ALPO conference. I hope most of you were able to be here yesterday. I think we had some really great presentations. I know personally I was amazed at Frank's Mercury observations. Just incredible to think that as amateur astronomers, we're now actually being able to capture detail on that tiny elusive planet. But at any rate, if you missed any of it, it is on the YouTube channel. I'd encourage you to go out there and check it out. I'm basically substituting for Ken Shedley, who is winging his way across the ocean, I guess, on his way back from his family vacation over in Europe. And I appreciate Tim for having the trust in me to MC this one today. I am your assistant coordinator for this digital section. I'm the gallery man when you send your major planet or your not lunar, solar pictures. I'm the guy that's indexing them and putting them up there. Definitely a shout out to Tim and to Ken for all of the effort they put into making this virtual conference happen. There's a lot of behind the scenes. Tim mentioned it yesterday, the phrase herding cats. I think it's very applicable when you have a bunch of presenters and you're trying to get bios and what it is that you're going to be presenting and finalizing the schedule. So I think we all definitely owe Tim and Ken a round of thanks for handling that for us. Also, obviously, let's thank the presenters because the folks that are stepping up here and doing these presentations, and some of them have just been fascinating. We thank you for your time and effort in sharing your knowledge with the rest of us. So if you are currently watching on the YouTube channel, I see Tim has activated the live feed there. Please do hit the subscribe button and the bell and the thumbs up, because that way you're not going to miss any further broadcasts or videos on our channel, especially when Tim does a podcast for the Observer's Notebook. These are now all video. You definitely want to be in the know in terms of when one of those is available, because his topics are wide-ranging and very interesting, and you'll want to be aware when one of those drops. If you want to interact with the presenters, you've got to be here on the Zoom channel. And I think what I would ask is that when the presentation is done, then use the little Zoom button to raise your hand and we'll call on you so that you can ask the presenter any follow-up questions. Tim or I will kind of be trying to keep an eye over on the YouTube channel. So if you put something in the chat there, we'll see if we can't bring it over here and ask your question. Very important point here, which is to please be sure that you are muted during the presentations. Like I said, there will be time for questions later, but being unmuted when somebody is trying to present is very distracting to the presenter and to everyone else as well. So please, if you come off mute to ask a question or something, please do put yourself back on when you're done. If we find somebody that is just kind of oblivious and is interfering, you're going to go into the Zoom timeout box for a bit where we will mute you and you won't be able to unmute yourself for a little bit of time. We will be, like yesterday, taking a break about halfway through the session. Please don't log off the Zoom because, you hear the little doorbell chiming, basically that's Tim answering the door. So if you leave at the break, that means that Tim's got to be the doorman to let you back in. So it really helps if you just simply, walk away from the screen. You can lock your computer, whatever, but please don't log off. And finally, following today's presentations, we're going to have our annual awards presentation. That will be at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 o'clock Eastern time, with a live keynote address by Dr. Paul Sutter. Again, that is a separate Zoom link that goes out. And I think if Tim has not already sent that, I am sure it will be in your mailbox before the end of today's session, I would imagine. So with those points out of the way, let's get into speaker one here. Rick Hill has been an amateur astronomer for over 6 decades. Originally from Oakland County, Michigan, he did a 4-year stint in the Navy and then was hired by Warner and Swayze Observatory of Case Western Reserve. And he ran their new observatory on Kitt Peak. After a dozen years, Rick moved to the Lunar and Planetary Lab, the LPL, at the University of Arizona, working in planetary atmospheres and planetary occultation groups. He wrapped up his career with 16 years in the Catalina Sky Survey at the LPL, finding Earth impacting asteroids or identifying potential Earth impacting asteroids, as well as many other non-threatening ones. So after retiring in 2015, what's the story? Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Well, we pulled Rick back in. He agreed to return as the coordinator of the ALPO solar section, which he founded in 1982 at the request of then director and ALPO founder Walter Haas. So today he's going to be doing a presentation, an economical, quick look, high resolution solar telescope design. It's going to be a short discussion about a simple, quick look solar telescope that any amateur may already have or can put together using an old telescope that's sitting in your closet gathering dust. It'll provide perfectly safe high resolution, like 1 arc second solar observing, and you can leave it outside for quick use to check on solar activity at a moment's notice. If it's made well, it can provide high quality solar observations from imaging to monitoring the sun for white solar flares. So Rick, I'm eager to hear your presentation. Please take it away.
All right, now I'm going to share. And this is asking me select window or screen. And that's it right there. Can you see that?
We got it, Rick. Yep.
But you're not in presentation mode.
Good deal. Okay. All right. What do I need to do that?
The slideshow button.
Looking.
Usually F5 or the slideshow button, and that's assuming that you're sharing your full screen.
Yeah, middle of the toolbar, under the between animations and review, it says slideshow. If you click there, you should be able to start from the beginning.
That's just F5 for slideshow, right?
F5 for slideshow, but you got to also be, if you're sharing with Zoom, you've got to target either your entire desktop or you got to target the presentation.
Animations, slideshow.
Click on from beginning over on the left top corner.
Okay, I gotta get back out of this and from beginning, right? That's what I did.
And now it should give you a new slide with every click of the arrow button in your computer.
Right. But are you seeing from the first slide is the thing? Are you seeing that?
So
the title slide.
No, Rick,
you're not.
What you probably need to do is to stop sharing and then try sharing again. But when you select the screen, show the one that's got the full presentation.
Stop sharing. Oh.
Right.
Now I stopped sharing. So what am I doing?
Now you do share, and amongst all the things that you see, pick the one that shows your presentation in full screen mode, not just the PowerPoint app.
Okay. I only see one choice for this.
Is your PowerPoint running? Do you have the PowerPoint running with?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. And it's
go ahead.
Wow.
Go. Okay, Rick. At the
Everything's
bottom,
telling me I'm doing it right.
Okay, Rick. We're at the bottom of your screen where it says slide 1 of 23.
Yes.
Okay, go across to the right where you have comments, then a little box, and one thing looks like a projector screen. Click on that. You see what I'm talking about? One more over.
Yep.
Click on that.
That slideshow there.
Yes, click on that.
All right, I did. Are you now seeing the title slide? Are you now seeing the title slide?
I see it just fine.
Yeah.
But it's at a small size. You know, it would be nice to expand your PowerPoint.
I don't. So you're just seeing the PowerPoint program itself. Well, that's terrible.
Yes.
Maximize your screen.
Full of the program. So I'm not sure where the problem is. Talk to me.
If on your laptop you've got the presentation, so there's a screen that's like the full presentation, okay, and then you've got your PowerPoint application. So when you go to share your, let me see something real quick here. If you do, stop sharing again, because I think it's a sharing problem.
All right.
And give me one moment.
Because it says I'm sharing.
All right, so stop sharing.
I did.
Okay, now when you go in and you do share with this, there's one at the top that says entire screen, and then there's one that says application windows. Pick the one at the top that says entire screen.
Okay, now that's under share.
Go to share, right? And you'll see a bunch of stuff. And on the top left-hand side, it should say entire screen, I think, or screen.
No, I do not get that.
Do you have applications? Does it say applications?
It says allow app Zoom. It wants to allow that. And it wants to know for what program. So I tell it
so you don't have the ability to share the full screen and the above that?
No, just select window. Oh, here's your entire screen.
There you go. Click that, please.
All right. Now just allow.
Click that and say, okay, there you go. Now let's see what we get. Hopefully, fingers crossed. All right, so go ahead and launch your PowerPoint presentation.
I did.
Do F5. There we go. You got it.
Does that work?
That got it. Nope. Now, what did you do? Did you stop the presentation?
You said
there,
do F5.
There.
I did
Right.
F5.
Perfect.
This is just the program. You're actually.
So if you do F5, I think we're seeing your
Funny,
presentation.
we're not seeing the same thing.
Do you have two monitors?
All right, here's F5. No. That's F5.
All right, then I'm seeing that. And I'm seeing the next one with Real Robinson. I'm seeing.
Okay, the title slide?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we're ready to go.
So
okay, we're going.
Well, then take it away.
Okay. All right. Well, this is just a quick talk on a telescope I discovered many years ago, and and hopefully it'll inspire some others to go ahead and do this. I will say up front that the typical careful whenever you do solar observing that you know perfectly well before. Be certain that it's safe. And also put your hand sure it's safe too. Because I've had some close. The point of all of this is to have a telescope that I can have set up in the backyard, continually set up, that will at least return me an image like this you see here. So you can step outside and just check the sun, see what's going on. There. And it all started here back in 1957 when a teacher, substitute teacher, this is my schoolhouse, 3 grades in each room. And it didn't look this good back in those days. It was pure cinder block back then. And she brought a 1.6-inch telescope to show us the May 6th transit of Mercury across the sun. And we didn't see Mercury because she had done the UT conversion incorrectly. But what was shown was a sun covered with sunspots. And that absolutely stunned me because I never knew the sun could have anything on it. And this began my interest in what would become what I'm doing today. It led to the purchase eventually of a 2.4-inch telescope with money I'd saved up from. I beg your pardon? With money I'd saved up from doing various chores. This is that telescope. My father and my grandfather looking at the sun with it, and I enjoyed that telescope for many years. Observed the sun, but as I'll show you in a second, it was not a good time to observe the sun. It used one of these filters. You all know them. You've all seen them. But in the case of a 2-inch telescope, this filter is not going to break unless it's very tight and it's all screwed down really tight. In fact, I know some solar observers, that's all they use their whole time with a 2-inch or aperture or 2.5-inch aperture. But for larger apertures, this filter is completely unsafe. In a full aperture telescope with full transmission of light. Now, you can see here, this is when I saw the transit of Mercury. This is when I got the 2.4-inch telescope, and I observed the sun with the 2.4-inch until I got an RV6, the ubiquitous RV6 reflector, which was seen so much in the 1960s. And I got drafted shortly after that. And so I didn't do much until after this gray bar here, which is my time in the service. At that point, I sold the RV6 and got a different telescope and was still observing. But I read, I'll show you the articles I read that led me to create this other telescope back about 1975 or so. I built the telescope. I started grinding the mirror in 75, and I built a telescope in about 1982, not quite 1982. And this is the RV6. My one very bored sister back here. My other sister only moderately interested as I'm teaching them about it. And this is prior to my time in the military. But I read this article back in the 1960s, late 1960s, about a simple solar telescope you could build. This fella had a mirror, and it was left over, and he said he just, he was bare bones reflector here, and he used it with no coatings on the mirrors. And that interested me because that means it's real simple, it's real safe. And so I read that article and started getting interested. In 1980, another article came out, and this one was the seminal article for me of these 2 young men in New Jersey. They wanted to see the true colors of sunspots. And to do that, they made a telescope, as you can see up here, with an uncoated mirror in the bottom, an uncoated secondary, and then another uncoated mirror up here. And those, each one of them transmitting about 4% of the light or reflecting about 4% of the light, reduced it to a safe level. See that sunspots were red with it and never suffered any damage. And so I got interested in that. And Robert Sinnott added a little bit on the end of the article on the safety of this and assuring the reader that it was indeed a safe device. And then they went on to describe this. Now, this is something to remind me to tell you that with filters, never use
You're breaking up, but we can't hear you.
polarizing. This is a polarizing filter device using the Brewster angle of 50-degree reflection. And by what I can tell you, I mean, this reflects at the Brewster angle, so that if you rotate it, you go through the polarization, and you can use this to You look at polarized light. But the thing of it is, with the sun, that is not a good idea. Never use polarizing filters on the sun. And I've seen people do this because they do transmit infrared and ultraviolet, and that's very dangerous, of course. And I built one of these telescopes as those young men did in New Jersey. This is a 6-inch f10, ground and polished to mirror myself. You can see the sunlight. You can see in the shadow at the bottom the sunlight coming through it around the mirror. The mirror does not absorb light. The light passes through the mirror. So the mirror does not go through any significant heating. And what you get at the output, which is covered with a sock here, because the metal parts will get hot while you're observing, you get a sunlight coming out of this with the two uncoated mirrors. It's no brighter than ambient sunlight. And you can prove this by taking a little white file card, putting it up to the eyepiece so you can see the light coming out of it, tilted towards the back a little bit. You can see the circle of light coming out of the telescope. And if you tilt it a little bit towards the sun, that circle disappears, because the ambient light coming from the sun is the same brightness as the light coming out of the telescope. This telescope has worked great. I still have it. This is what it looks like today. Unfortunately, this is what I look like today. This is not the same youthful appearance I had when I first built this in 1981. And I've used it for many, many years with no ill consequences. So here's my point. I also got the idea, why don't I make a smaller one? I can just leave it outside. And if it gets rained on, it won't hurt anything. And so I had an old 3-inch Edmund reflector in the closet. And I took the coatings off the mirrors of that. And now this does, because I don't use that third reflection, it does require a filter up here. I use a welding filter, perfectly safe. Like I say, you can hold your hand at the focus of this telescope all day. You'll never get burned. And so I put the same kind of filter you would look at a solar eclipse through. Not the plastic filters, but a welding filter. And I believe that's a number 8. And the welding filter reduces the light to a safe level, and you can leave it on the sun all day long. The filter will never heat up. That's what cracked them in the old telescopes. And this is a very safe device for looking at the sun. In the closet, an old Newtonian telescope. Take the coatings off the mirrors. Let's make a solar telescope out of it so that you can enjoy observing the sun. This is a telescope you might have in the closet. And here's a young girl looking through it. I just celebrated my 51st anniversary with her last month. This is when I first met Dolores, but that's a 4.5-inch telescope. Makes an excellent telescope for looking at the sun. And I highly recommend doing this procedure because you will enjoy, you'll be surprised how clear and steady the views are. It's high resolution. I call it high resolution because with the 6-inch, you can see solar granulation. And in fact, every day I go out early. The old adage for daytime. And in Arizona, we have fairly good skies, especially around noon. And so I try to get my observations in close to noon. So I recommend you do this. I highly recommend it because it's a lot of fun. And you can contact me further about this at the email at the top. And the new website was forced on me. The university has cut off my. They changed my email address 3 times when I first retired in the first 4 years, and so I just gave up and got a separate email. And now it turns out I'm having the same problem with the website, and they're going to cut off our website. So I'm having to do this website instead, at least temporarily. So I hope you all have been inspired a little bit to do something like this, or think of an old telescope you have in the basement, the garage, or the closet that you can adapt to this. And if you have any questions, be glad to take them. Otherwise, I'm getting out of this. You did all see the slides?
Yes, sir, we did. Especially impressed with that
Good.
one image of the
Good.
sunspot. So that was taken through your telescope there?
No. That's a professional image.
Okay.
Not taken with a
I was quite
Daniel
impressed with
Inouye
that.
telescope, but it's taken. That's probably taken by Randy Shivak
Okay.
with his telescope.
Yeah,
He does
Pam's husband.
phenomenal.
Okay.
He doesn't observe the sun very often. He doesn't observe very often, but when he does, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Well,
I wish he was a regular observer.
very nicely done, Rick. I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that
Okay,
have
thank you.
those kind of scopes. Anyone have questions for Rick that you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I have a question. Rick,
Yeah.
it to me as though the inner walls of the telescope were painted black. Could you comment on what measures you took to optimize the telescope with regard to, say, a black background and so on? And to
The
prevent
background.
solar tube?
I don't have a black background. I let the telescope be clear all the way through. I don't want any light stopping in the telescope. The walls are black because it's just a standard telescope tube, but you're looking at the sun, so any sunlight that hits those black walls is very glancing. It's not hitting them such that they could absorb much. The fellows that built the telescope in New Jersey were mindful of this and more concerned about it than I am, and they used a larger tube. They used a 12-inch tube for their 6-inch telescope, and then they put an aperture mask on the front of the telescope. That's a good way to solve the problem if you're worried about that. I've had no problem whatsoever with heating in this telescope. Now, like I say, the worst heating I've experienced were the metal parts in the focuser, putting my eye up to that, and that was not pleasant at all. And today I only use it for a quick look at the sun to see what I'm up against before I go out and set up the other telescopes, because visually I'm not much good anymore after retinal surgeries on my eyes. And so I'm very glad to be in the digital age. Richard, you had a question? Richard Schmoody? I guess he can't hear. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
I unmuted.
Oh.
Yeah. The slide you showed about the two people in New Jersey
Yes.
making the telescope and seeing the true color of the sunspots, right?
Yes, that's what they claim.
And they claim reddish color, right?
That would be correct.
Well, what would stop
going by temperature?
Yeah, what would stop somebody from putting a CCD camera on there, a blue filter, a Johnson B and a Johnson V filter, getting images and then getting a B minus V color index and even measuring temperatures? Because I don't think the temperatures of all these sunspots are the same.
No, they're not all the same. That's very true. They tend to be around 2,800 degrees. there's nothing to you. I mean, you certainly could do that. Like I say, it's just ambient sunlight coming out of the telescope.
Mhm.
That's all the brightness you're dealing with. You're not going to melt anything. And in fact, the filter, when I take it off the eyepiece, isn't even warm. So it would certainly work. I would think. I would give it a try.
Okay.
And certainly, if that doesn't work, you could use it. Well, the 3-inch telescope, you need resolution to measure sunspots. So yeah, you would need the focal length of that larger telescope.
6-inch
Yeah,
f8.
yeah. The 3-inch would be too short a focal length. You wouldn't get enough sunspot in there to
Yeah.
measure it.
Well, thank you, Rick. Very good talk.
Yeah.
All righty. Anyone have anything else for Rick? All right. Thank you, Rick, very much. We'll go ahead and move on to our second speaker. So Greg Shanos is a pharmacist by profession and a NASA JPL Solar System ambassador by passion. His interest in astronomy began in 1986 when he witnessed Halley's Comet, and he became a member of the ALPO in 2021. And Greg's philosophy is that if it's clear out, then he's got to be out there observing. Recent advances in digital technology have led Greg to an interest in planetary and deep sky astrophotography, with his contributing over 500 planetary, lunar, and comet images, many of which end up being referenced in our JALPO articles. As a recent example, his Mars observations during the 2023 operation were analyzed by Roger Venable for the Blue Clearing, and those results were published in last winter's journal. So Greg's instrument of choice for the planets is a Meade 10-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, and that kind of segues into his presentation today, which is entitled Meade Resources and Repairs. So with the recent bankruptcy of Meade, Coronado, Orion, it's sent ripples through the astronomical community. Many amateurs have Meade as their preferred telescope, but all is not lost since there are vendors that carry accessories and individuals that can repair your Meade telescope. Today's presentation, Greg wants to familiarize everybody with resources that are out there to support Meade products and their owners. So Greg, would you go ahead and do your screen share? I'd love to hear your presentation.
All right, great. Can you see that?
It's trying to load. Hang on. There we go. I'm seeing the PowerPoint, but not the presentation yet.
You seeing it now?
No. Did you do F5? Are you seeing the presentation on your screen?
No, F5. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing it on mine.
Okay, then it may be that you need to, when you do the share via Zoom, pick the one that says screen. It's like at the top left-hand side rather than the ones that are listing various applications.
Screen.
So try launching again.
Can you see it?
Nothing yet.
Jeez.
I can see your presentation.
Well, we see this. We see the application, the PowerPoint application with your
The
list of slides on the
slideshow.
left-hand side.
Click on slideshow. Wouldn't that do it?
F5 slideshow. There are multiple ways to do it. So as Tim was suggesting before, Greg, let's just kind of take your cursor down to the bottom where it says notes. See that? Yeah. And go over one more. Click that.
Slideshow.
Yep. Click that.
That's what I did.
Okay. And are you seeing it on your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Then stop sharing.
Okay.
Go back to the Zoom share button. And when that displays, it will have, usually in the upper left-hand side, it'll say like screen or full screen. And there'll be like one button underneath that. Under that, it says applications. And there usually, if you have multiple screens open, it'll have various screens. So you want the one that says screen in the upper left hand.
Do you see it at all now?
Did you do the full screen? Try that. Yes, start it again. Let's see.
Oh, this is weird. Do you see it?
Not yet. Are you seeing it on your laptop? You're seeing the
Yes.
presentation screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Again,
So
it's
when
because you're
I
go
have
ahead.
it open.
Okay, so you've got PowerPoint running. So go to the
Yeah.
share button in Zoom
Yeah.
and tell me
I
what you
see
see.
you, and then I see my presentation. So I click on that and hit share, right? That's what I usually do. Now I can see it. Can you see
Now
it
wait a
now?
minute. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Try maximizing your screen there. It looks like perhaps. Yeah.
Does that look good?
That looks pretty decent to me. I'd go
All
with
right.
it.
All right. Well, I can't see myself, but that's okay. All right. So today's presentation is entitled Mead Resources and Repair. And so now that Meade, Coronado, and Orion are out of business, many individuals that own these telescopes experience future issues with repairs and accessories. It just kills me that Meade is out of business. So this presentation will familiarize Meade owners with resources, websites, and individual that supply telescopic first aid and life support. And you know, Meade really revolutionized two things. One is the deep sky. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. Remember this thing? This was only $300. Came out in the late 90s. Was the Deep Sky Imager, and it revolutionized because it provided live stacking, and it also tracked in alt-azimuth. And now the images compared to today are very crude, but it was a real revolution compared to, the SB cameras that were thousands of dollars and involved a uh, lot more complications. And then the other even bigger thing was they introduced the advanced coma-free optical design for Schmidt-Cassegrain telescopes, which eliminated coma. And they made the mistake of calling it Ritchie Crichton-like, and there were major lawsuits with that, so they changed the name to advanced coma-free. But it really does make a difference because I do a lot of lunar for the for Dave Teskin, the Lunar Observer, and I use my 8-inch, which is an ACF. The 10-inch is not, and it makes a big difference. I put a 6.2 focal reducer, and you just get nice, crisp images right up to the edge. And then I also, since then, purchased this Orion for half price. 80 millimeter triplet ALPO, that's carbon fiber, has a fine tune. This is beautiful scope. And then I upgraded to Solar Max 260 millimeter double stacked H alpha scope. So, Mead Accessories. What happened was High Point Scientific purchased the entire lot of Mead, Orion, and Coronado products from an auction in California and is selling them on their website at a substantial discount. So, if you go to this website, you can just type in Mead or Orion and these things will come up. So once an entire lot of the item is sold, there's no replacement. So recommend seeing if there's any accessories that you may require. I purchased an extra micro focuser too. It was only $99, and they just had this thing here, the Mead. Can you all see this? I'm holding it up. I can't see myself, but they have the new this just came on 2 weeks ago, so I purchased two of these. They're going for $220. a piece. So I highly recommend the hand controls because these tend to die out before anything in the telescope does. Okay. And then a lot of the higher end items have been sold. A lot of the H alpha scopes have been sold. A lot of the the 10, 12, 14-inch scopes have been sold. And then Scope Stuff is another excellent resource for accessories for Mead. And then Scope Stuff's a really good place, not only for Mead, but for everything else. Miscellaneous, you can try eBay. eBay also has many used. They're all going to be used now because these are people trying to get rid of Mead. But don't get rid of Mead just yet, because as you'll see in this presentation, there's still a lot of resources and people that will still repair your scope. So don't. And then search Mead. And when you look at eBay, make sure that the accessory works. Sometimes they say parts only, which means it doesn't work. So you can just dissect it for parts. So make sure that it's in working condition. And there's an excellent website here called Star GPS that adds GPS, global positioning satellite, to the Mead Classic and some of these other Mead, even the Celestron Next Star 2 and Orion. Okay, right here. And this is only 129. So if you ever wanted to add, a GPS component, this is the place to go. And then they had a thing here, if Mead thinks it's 2099, and I just checked when I imaged the last transit of Titan last week. It's reading correctly, the GPS, so I don't have to fiddle with this, but there's a free fix here under Star Patch. So check out this website. It's really nice. So the big things that go out on these are the hand controllers. And if you have the LX200 Classic, okay, this company, Clearline Technology Corp, which is in Canada, for 169 US dollars. It has an improved OLED instead of the LED display. It includes accessories. It includes other accessories like a little joystick and cables and kits. It's really amazing. There's a YouTube channel here, instructional videos, how to repair and replace various components in the LX200 Classic. So if you have the Classic, this is well worth buying an extra one because these companies are going to be in business for decades and decades. So, it's best to get an extra one if you have a Classic. And this is also updatable too via the web. So the person is making updates to this too. So this is really, really good. Another thing I found out is this website called Buttonworks. And what ends up going out in these AutoStar hand controllers are the screen, the red screen, and also as you're pushing these down, the membranes here wear out. So this company sells the membranes for only $9.50 and then the whole screen. And I just checked today, and it's still out of stock, which means people are buying this. And then, if you have the LX200, the AutoStar 2, you need to purchase this little diode, which is only 50 cents, and it shows you how to solder this into the workings here, or else it won't light up. If it's the AutoStar 2, if it's the AutoStar for the 497 and all that, it'll work. So you need to get this for it to work for the AutoStar 2. Okay, a new company that just came into existence in April of 2025 in the UK is ScopeBits. Okay, this is in the UK and it's owned and operated by Steve Carpenter, and he makes these components here. He developed these all himself. The software, the hardware is all 3D printed. It's really amazing. So he has the ClickStar, which is the AutoStar 2. He's got Telescope Bridge, which I'll talk about, and it'll also work for Celestron and Skywatcher products too. So it's not only for Mead. And what's great about this is the click star here. Notice it looks just like the AutoStar, and it buttons here though do not light up like they do in the Me AutoStar 2, but that's okay. There's enough ambient light pollution now that you really don't need it. But it's exactly like that. And it also has a joystick here on the side. And I don't know if you can see it, but I purchased this too. And I absolutely love this. This is really impressive. And it connects to the internet, and you can download the latest firmware, and also you can connect it to your iPhone or iPad or Android and have it as a so you just keep this on the telescope and you use your cell phone to control your telescope. How cool is that? And this is all in red, so it doesn't ruin your dark adapted vision. So the only drawback to this, it's 220 British pounds. It's 220 for the AutoStar 2, and then 16 for shipping. However, with the exchange, it's $1.40 to 1 British pound, and possible tariffs. I paid $332.24, so I paid $96 more for it, but it's still well worth the price. It's still well worth it. So don't be shocked, because when you finally go to purchase it on PayPal, you'll see this and not this value. So it's still well worth it. And like I mentioned here, it connects to your iPhone, which is really, really incredible. And there's also another feature here, which is this little thing here called Scope Bridge. And this will connect your iPad or iPhone to Stellarium or Sky Safari, and you can control it through the computer. And this will also work for Celestron and Skywatcher products. So this is really, really amazing stuff. It's nice to know that entrepreneurs like Scopitz and Clearline Technologies are developing, things for the, actually upgrading the hardware and firmware for Mead products, which is fantastic. So Mead repairs now. So what if your telescope were to break down? My LX200 GPS, my 10-inch, it broke down twice that I've had it for 25 years. And what ended up happening, both times it was the same thing, the declination gears broke, so it wouldn't, the declination gears, and so it wouldn't work in declination. So I sent it back to me. They were still in business. But now I found out about Astronomy Shop that's owned by Tony Costanzo. And Tony lives in Maine, and he's actually a snowbird. He has a condo down here in Florida. So he's in Punta Gorda, and I'm in Sarasota. So
I think we lost you, Greg.
is Gary Engel from Maryland. And
Hey, Greg.
yeah.
Am I the only one that has lost Greg's slide deck?
Well, I just got a thing.
No, we lost him. Yeah.
It's lost.
Yeah, he's gone.
Can you see me?
I can see you're in the main view with, the panel with everybody. So you need to
Oh, we lost your
reshare
slides.
you need to reshare your slides.
It said all of a sudden that the VPN turned on. All right. Share. I'm almost done. It's pretty close to
Well, you've
the
got
end.
plenty of time, Greg, so don't sweat it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a short presentation. Can you see it now?
Yeah, you may want to go back one slide to the guy in Maine you were talking about who was a resource for repairs. There you go. Pick up there.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. So, oh, all right. So, like I said, Tony
We're
repairs.
we're we're back to the application. Can
What? You can't see it?
we see the PowerPoint application with all the slides on the left? Um, you know what? If it's only a couple more slides, just go with this. This will be okay.
All right. So, Mead Mods has is another excellent resource that repairs and has upgrades for all the Mead telescopes, the lower end and the upper end. So it's really cool. And there's a YouTube channel too that you can check out. And Tony and Gary know each other really well, so they share resources and stuff and parts. So this is another. So there's two places, Mead Mods and Astronomy Shop, that you can contact if your Mead breaks down the declination, the right ascension, the GPS, something like that. Okay, so in conclusion, most meat products are well manufactured and should last a lifetime given standard working conditions. So for all meat aficionados, since the company's out of business, don't despair. There's still resources out there for accessories and repairs if necessary. So I'm seeing a lot of more meads being sold on eBay and also on Cloudy Nights and on Astromart and all that. Don't get rid of it just yet, okay? There's still a lot of accessories and resources out there, and the presentation familiarized you with these different companies, and Mead repairs are still available. And if all else fails, you can always remove the telescope from the fork mounts and attach it to Ioptron, Skywatcher, Lost Mandy, or other companies, Altaz or Equatorial mount. All these come with a hand controller, so they're all go-to, okay? And in the future, being 10, 20 or more years from now, deforking the scope may be your only solution, since parts are going to become and repair may become non-existent. So deforking may be your only way to go. So, but for now, there's still accessories, so don't give up hope just yet. I'm keeping my Mead scopes. I'm not trading them in. So, any questions?
Yeah, Greg, do one favor. Click
What?
on your slide 12 there. Go up one more because we want to capture it for the people on YouTube as well as for the video.
Okay.
There we go. So that's Gary Ingles. I can actually recommend Gary. He did a repair on my Orion
Oh,
old mount. Great guy. Really,
oh,
really knows his stuff.
okay.
He's part
Yeah,
of
yeah,
our club. So
yeah.
yeah, he's a great resource as well. I know him.
Oh, okay. So you know him, and I know Tony. So, and they know each other. So I mean, it's great. Yeah, these people are very reputable.
Yeah.
They're very honest. They really love what they do, and
Yeah, I know
so
Gary's very passionate about what he's doing with the repairs and everything. So yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. So
yeah.
anyone else on our group out here today? Anyone else have questions? Any questions
Yes,
from
yes,
YouTube?
I do. It's Rick
Yeah,
Hill
Okay.
here.
yeah.
I've got the Atlas, the old Atlas mount. I don't have a go-to. It's just a solid equatorial mount, and it's for my 8-inch F20 Cassegrain Schmidt Maksutov Cassegrain, and I have my biggest problem is the buttons on the hand control. When they fail, I can't find anybody to fix them.
Check out that ButtonWorks site. They have for all sorts of things like TV remote. They have practically every TV remote that exists, universal remote and other things too. So check out that ButtonWorks. That might fix it. Or maybe contact Tony or Gary, at astronomy shop or Mead Mods and tell them, your situation. Maybe they could repair it for you. And that's nice. It's just the hand control, so that's easy to mail.
Yeah, I had to buy a whole nother mount on cloudy nights.
Yeah.
Just to get the controller again.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I've
So
got
maybe
two
send
mounts
them,
now.
tell them your situation and see if they can send them some pictures of it and all that. Email them some photos and see if they can repair it.
That'd be fantastic. I will do that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Do a lot of people here have Mead? I'm curious that are in the audience. No?
I have a Meade LX50 that's been sitting in the box in my observatory since 2010 unopened. So if anybody really, really felt brave, they could open the box and have it.
I have a Meade LXD 650 mount that
Oh,
that I still use, and I'd made repairs to in the past. I think I had Scope Astronomy Shop redo the electronics on it shortly after I purchased it used a
yeah,
number of years ago.
yeah.
And then a couple of years ago, the right ascension, one of the gears in the right ascension drive, the nylon, one of the nylon gears stripped loose from the steel shaft.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what
Fortunately,
happened to my declination. Yeah. That gears always seem to go on that. Yeah.
there is a way to fix those. That I'm an amateur clock repairman myself.
Oh,
So,
wow. Okay.
so I got
That's a clock, really.
I dug out my clock making tools, and I
Oh,
put
cool.
drilled a little hole through the shaft for like a number 60 with a number 60 drill, and created cut a little slot in the gear, and cut a little number 60 pin made out of hardened steel that I then used that to connect the gear to the shaft.
Okay.
It was a nice tight fit, and it's worked great.
Oh, okay. So since I can see myself here, here's the scope bits. See, it's really cool. Here's the hand controller.
Ah.
And you can see so instead of using these up and down, you can use the little joystick. It's really impressive. It's really, really cool. So, I mean, I would definitely get this from the UK. And he's only been in business 3 months, and he just emailed me, said he sold 67 units already in 3
Those
months.
are 3D printed?
Yeah, those are 3D printed, and he developed all the hardware, the inside. I mean, it's really impressive. I can't turn it on now. I'd have to have the scope next to me and everything. Yeah. But I mean, it works really well, and I love this little joystick. So it's really cool.
Yeah, I can recommend when High Point bought the stock from
Yeah.
me and everybody. I have been wanting 11 by 80 binoculars forever. I just never could pull the trigger. They had them for $75. The me.
Yeah, wow. That's what I mean. A lot of them were like at least 50% off. A lot of the Coronado H alpha scopes sold because they were like 4,000. They're like 2,000 something. You know what I mean? So I mean, people are jumping on it. The 90 millimeter type.
Yeah.
I mean,
now we just need to find a tripod to hold the damn thing.
Yeah. So
we do have another. Go ahead, Rick.
I bought some of the 90 millimeter Maksutov Cassegrains.
Yeah.
And I was giving them away as solar telescopes to people.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Steve, you have your hand up.
One.
You want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a comment kind of thing, but it might add to what Greg has been talking about. I've got a LXD 55 mount that I bought ages ago, and it uses an AutoStar handpiece, and the buttons started to misbehave on it a while ago, and I found, and Buttonworks may even have it, I didn't know about them, but there's a compound you can get that's kind of a resin, but it's a conductive material, and you mix the two-part resin together, and you actually take apart the handpiece and get that rubber neoprene manifold that forms the buttons. On the back side of it are these little pads, and you smear this conductive material on the back of that and let it dry and cure. And so the way those buttons work, that conductive pad presses down on the circuit board, and there are these little fingers that look like two intersecting hands, and that gives you the conduction.
Oh,
So if
wow.
you can't get a part, sometimes a compound like that might be an easy repair. But
Oh.
that's the only thing I had to
Check out Buttonworks because you can get the whole membrane,
yeah,
put it
I
in.
didn't even see that at the time, so it would have been preferable, but this stuff worked. And it's interesting. I ordered it through Amazon, and I got it 6 weeks later from a place in the UK. And then I opened up the package, and it was from a place right up the street here in Atlanta. So it was sold through a distributor overseas. Cost a fortune, but anyway.
Yeah, I know.
One way of doing it.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
the
thank you for that tip. Any other questions or comments? All right, Greg, thank you very much. I mean, that was a really helpful presentation, not just for meat owners, but for other folks. I know I have a Celestron, and I already hopped out to that ScopeBit site. Kind of like the idea of the joystick. So
yeah. Oh,
definitely,
definitely get the scope bits where you can control. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, sounds cool. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next speaker. Richard Schmoody Jr. is a longtime observer and investigator of the remote planets with over 4.5 decades in this field. He was appointed coordinator of the Remote Planets section in November of 1990. His primary area of interest centers on measuring the brightness of Uranus and Neptune using mostly an SSP3 photometer. Richard has given many talks about the remote planets to a variety of audiences since assuming his role as the section coordinator for the remote planets. And his talk today is going to be the 2024-25 remote planets apparitions. He's going to focus on recent findings of the remote planets along with observations and measurements made mostly by members of the ALPO. Recent images of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto will be presented along with the filter brightness results for Uranus during the most recent apparition. He's also going to be covering a general photometric equation that is based on over 33 years of the filter brightness measurements of Uranus. So, Richard, you have the floor, my friend.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to make sure I do this right. I've got my slide, so I hit share first.
Hit share at the bottom.
Share at the bottom.
And then whatever you did yesterday, because you were right on the money yesterday, there should be kind of like the top left-hand side, it says screen.
Top left, it says screen. Left. Oh, yeah, I see screen.
Take that one as your option, and let's see what we get.
I hit share at the bottom.
You did the share and then the screen. All right, something's loading. Hang on.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and try launching your presentation.
Okay, I go to slideshow.
Yeah.
And from
beginning?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well,
perfect.
Thanks for being here today. And what I want to do is talk about the some recent developments in the remote planets. So anyway, let me go ahead and first off, instead of making introductory remarks, I want to talk about current developments. And there's really been two biggies. One of them has been, of course, the professional astronomers and what they found out. But the other one has to do with a telescope that seems to be revolutionizing imaging. That is the C-STAR and similar telescopes. I want to talk a little bit about that. And then I want to talk about results, basically images and photometry, wrap up with conclusions and acknowledgments. All right, now the professional astronomers have been doing a lot. Basically, they're using the Hubble telescope, James Webb Space Telescope, and Earth-based observatories as well. And basically, this has been over several years, but it's really kind of been sort of formalized. And that is, of course, Uranus has methane gas in its atmosphere, something like 2 to 5%. Our atmosphere on Earth has a few percent water vapor too. So again, I sort of like to think of that as the analogy. However, Uranus, of course, we know its north polar region is now facing the Earth and the Sun. For whatever reason, the gaseous methane, there's not as much above the polar regions as there is above, say, the equatorial or temperate regions. And so the hypothesis is the methane is falling out, condensing, and forming a haze layer lower in the atmosphere. And of course, that is why we see a huge North Polar hood. Okay. Now, the North Polar hood is best seen in near infrared light, possibly red light too. But you probably need a big telescope to gather all the photons, or of course, a very sensitive camera. And of course, a lot of people today, they use the sensitive camera. Again, but you need a red or near infrared filter to image the North Polar hood. And so that is the current explanation for Uranus's North Polar hood. Now, of course, Neptune, for whatever reason, doesn't appear to have that. And again, it may be due to the fact that Uranus is tipped on its side, Neptune is not. But again, we really need further observations to be sure of that. Also, the South Polar hood of Uranus also behaves similarly to the North Polar hood. All right, so the next picture shows 3 images of Uranus and Neptune, 2 images of Uranus on the left. And I want you to look very carefully at those 2 images on the left. And you can turn your mics on. Tell me what you see. What do you see in the 2 leftmost images?
Almost looks like somebody grinding a mirror and doing a parabola test. But
there you go. That's a good explanation. Yeah. See a big bright area there. Do you see anything else? Look carefully. Look at the big bright area.
A blotchy area within the bright area?
Exactly.
Like a donut.
Yeah, maybe a little like a donut. Yeah, blotchy area. Well, that blotchy area, I talk about it in my report that I'm going to send, and I'm not going to talk about it too much today for whatever reason. I didn't include that. I thought I had too many slides already. Now the image on, so again, these 2 images on the left show a big, bright North Polar hood. And of course, professionals see it. It started to become evident, the whole polar hood, in 2016. Now, before 2016, we could see a North Polar or North Temperate belt, but not the whole North Polar region was bright. And of course, I talk about that in some of my previous reports. Okay, now, of course, the image on the right shows Neptune. Neptune is not tipped on its side like Uranus. It's got an axial tilt about what the Earth has got, pretty close. And so we see a bright area near the bottom, which is the South Polar area. But again, it's not symmetrical about the South Pole of Neptune. Now, back to Uranus, the North Polar hood extends to about 46 degrees north. That's pretty much consistent with what I've had in previous years. Now, to give you an idea of the seasonal date on Uranus, the winter solstice is going to happen in 2030. So right now, the equivalent date in the northern hemisphere of Uranus is about December 1st here on the Earth. So again, we're getting into that cold part of the year for Uranus. And just so bear that in mind. Of course, the cold part of the Earth, of course, we're going to get snow. In fact, by December 1st, I mentioned much of Canada already has a layer of snow, and possibly parts of the northern continental United States. Russia probably is covered with snow too. And so the winter is certainly a bright time if you were studying the Earth with a photometer. Okay, now, so basically current developments on Uranus. Right now, year 2025, Uranus has a large North Polar hood when the north polar hemisphere faces, and of course that's best seen in either red or near-infrared light. The polar hoods apparently disappear when the equator faces it. Now, there still was a north temperate belt, but not a north polar hood back in 2007, 2008. Neptune appears to lack similar polar hoods. And again, I have a feeling it's partially due to the axial tilt, although Neptune does display some differences. I think it's just a different planet than Uranus. We just don't know a whole lot about these two planets. Okay, now just a little bit about methods and materials. Kassam, who's a great student, helped me out a lot this past year. Him and I used both an SSP3 and an SSP5 photometer to study both Uranus and I believe Neptune, and also we've been studying this variable star together too. So they're kind of all in the same general area of the sky, so it's worked out great. Use an 8-centimeter telescope. I don't have a permanent observatory, and even if I did, it would be a problem because my yard is full of trees. I hate to cut trees down unless I have to. And of course, I calibrated the equipment to a Johnson UBV system. So my telescope system is portable, and of course, I can't handle really heavy telescopes. I've had some recent operations, so I've got to be careful on that. All right, so some of the results are continued method materials. WinJupos has been a really good software package. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, and Frank Malio talked about it too yesterday. And basically, it's you have to name the image this way. And of course, I believe even Jim Tomney is encouraging people to name their images like there's 4-digit year, Gregorian calendar, month, 2-digit month, 2-digit date. In other words, July would be 07. And then a 4-digit universal time with a tenth of a minute there. And then anything else, of course, your name or whatever. And so WinJupos, I use that to measure the size of the North Polar hood. And I've been able to do that for many years now. Okay, now the lion's share of this talk is going to be photometry and trying to understand the brightness of Uranus in the context. Now, I've been doing it for 33 plus years, and John Westphal did a little bit even before I did. So let's take a look at some results. Now, first off, some basics. How many people play golf? Raise your hand. Any golfers here? Well, I think you know with golf, if I were to come in bragging, said I got the highest score in golf, I got 115, I would not have had a good day in golf. I think we all would agree with that, right? So remember, the lower the magnitude, the brighter. The more negative, the brighter. Okay. Just like golf, the lower the score is the winning score. Now, I report things as V1 comma alpha. That's the normalized brightness. That's basically all we're doing is we're leveling the playing field. Uranus is closest to us at opposition. And so it's going to be brightest near opposition. Right now, this year, it'll happen sometime in late November. And of course, that's true for any planet, particularly Mars. And that's because the planets are closest to the Earth at opposition. So again, V1A means just the normalized brightness. A is the phase angle. It basically is either 3 degrees or less, so it has almost no impact on the brightness of Uranus as seen from the Earth. All right, now, last fall and this spring, Kassam and I measured the brightness of Uranus, and this first graph is just going to show the brightness over time. I've got the V filter brightness on the left. Remember, the lower the number, the brighter the star. I have not leveled the playing field here, so the distances are varying. On the horizontal axis, I have days after June 30th of 2024. I got my first measurement, I believe it was back in July of last year, July 13th, something like that. The green arrow shows opposition. So what trend do you see? Anyone? You can unmute. Any trend here? Explanation.
Increasing in brightness.
Increasing in brightness. And are you surprised that it's brightest near opposition? That's the green arrow.
Nope, because it's closest to the Earth and the phase angle is at a minimum.
Phase angles at a minimum too. Yeah, now phase angle is very important for Mars, very important for asteroids, and extremely important for Mercury, Venus, and the Moon. But for Uranus, it only goes up to 3 degrees. Now, we can use spacecraft to actually get the brightness of Uranus, say, at a phase angle of 40 degrees. And we actually did that, in fact. And I mentioned it in my paper. I don't know if I mentioned it in my talk, but anyway, some great people out of JPL they're always thinking of these great things to use with these spacecraft that basically may appear to have no more use. So congratulations to them. Okay, so what we can do, the next thing we can do is level the playing field. So we can get all the distances down to 1 AU. We use a little mathematical procedure. The phase angle, it's anywhere from 0 to 3 degrees. It has almost no effect on the brightness, like a 0.1% at most. And so in this next slide, I'm going to show you the brightness, the normalized brightness, again, if it was 1 AU from the Earth and the Sun, plotted against time. And again, there's very little variation now. It does show a tiny bit of increase near opposition. This could be due to more to data scatter than anything else. But again, now what I did now is I'm going to put everything together, get a mean V minus V comma 1 A value for the apparition, which would be 24, 25. And I'm going to put that into a graph along with all the other work that I've done since 1991. And this is what I'm going to get. I've got the mean apparitional magnitude plotted against the year. Can anyone tell me what happened? Well, where's the brightness minimum? Anyone? What year? Just give me a year. When was it dimmest?
2006 or so?
Yeah, around 2000. Yeah, 6, 7, 8, around in that area. And that was at 2007. That's when the equator of Uranus was facing us. So there is a dimming trend. It's not very significant, but it is a trend nevertheless. And it was, about 6 or 8% dimmer than what it is today. So what I've done is let's just go ahead and take a step back, a deep breath. We know that the brightness was pretty bright back in the early 90s, and it has dimmed around 2007, and then it looks like it's going back up again. By the way, Uranus will be at solstice in 2030. It'll be interesting to see what the brightness will be then. So let's take a deep breath. We've got a dip in the normalized magnitude near 2007 when Uranus's equator faced the Earth. Actually, it faced us in December of 2007, so that's why I have the double year. North Polar region faces, it's facing us right now in 2025, and it will be dead on around 2030. This is consistent. This drop in brightness near the equinox is consistent with the Hubble Space Telescope and the professional work, particularly by Wesley Lockwood. And again, this may be due to methane freezing out of the atmosphere, forming bright haze particles, which leads to the brighter North Polar hood. But again, that's a hypothesis. Further testing needs to be done for me to say that's exactly what's happening. Now, what I decided to do is take my V filter brightness measurements, apparitional means, and plot them against the absolute value of the sub-Earth latitude. Now, the sub-Earth latitude has varied from about 61 or so degrees south back in 1991 when I first started this. Today, I believe it's around 71 degrees north. It has not been this far north since about 1950. Just think of that. So again, it has not been this far north since I've been alive. So I'll put it that way. I'm 67 now. So anyway, so let's go on ahead. We're going to plot out again the V1A value plotted against the absolute value of the sub-Earth latitude, where 0 is equinox, 82 is the solstice. So this is the graph I came up with right here. Okay. What I did is I put it in Microsoft Excel, fit it to the best fit linear equation, and this is the result that I get. The measurements are statistically significant. I mean, the correlation is statistically significant. And so I'm proposing that the V1A magnitude of Uranus is minus 7.11 minus 0.001 times the absolute value of the sub-Earth latitude, which can vary from about 0 degrees up to a little bit more than 82 degrees. And again, so this is going to account for about 9% of Uranus's brightness. Of course, Uranus is slightly elliptical shape, so that's going to account for about 2 to 3% of that 9% brightness. But this polar hood, I believe, is the other 6 or 7% of the added brightness when Uranus's poles are facing us. Okay, now very briefly, I've really got to hand it to Rick Hill. He's using a 10-centimeter telescope, and these are 3 of the 5 images. Wait a minute. Okay, I've got something wrong here. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, this is just some ultraviolet results here that I've done of Uranus, and I'm keeping track of that. A little bit of scatter here. There's a chance that the ultraviolet brightness is getting a little brighter as the sunspot number is increasing. All right, now going on to Rick Hill's fine Pluto images. These are 3 images taken last September. The arrow points to Pluto. Now that's a very nice, solid image of Pluto. Don't you agree, everyone? What do you think?
Yeah.
And he did it with a 10-centimeter telescope. It's about this big around. Let's give him a hand, everyone. Now, I'm not done though. Rick has also done Make, and unfortunately I can't publish that because I got it after conjunction, so that's going to go in my next apparition report. But Make is around magnitude 17.5. Folks, this is what I believe it's a 10-centimeter telescope. Is that right, Rick?
Yes, it's the unistellar equinox.
I mean, this is unistellar equinox. My mind is just blown away. This is, I mean, I'm sure that you can do photometry, 2% photometry of Pluto with this telescope if you got the filters right. I don't know what the filters are, and you may have to put an infrared blocking filter on. But this is phenomenal. This is what a 27-inch telescope would do, 3 decades ago.
This is weighted to the infrared.
Okay.
So there's not an infrared blocking filter. It is a little bit on the infrared side, probably like a 610 filter.
Okay, so maybe I put a red filter on there or something, get some R-band photometry. I don't know. But the thing about Pluto is it had a light curve back in 2000. You had a bright side and a dim side, is what I'm saying. And that varied by about 20 to 30% or about 0.2 or 0.25 magnitudes. I'm talking about in my Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto book. But Pluto's drawing further away from the sun. Yeah, this is my book here I'm talking about. Pluto's drawing further from the sun, and what a lot of people think is the atmosphere is freezing out. And of course, Pluto is going to first off get a little brighter because, of course, you're going to get a frost coating on the surface. And secondly, the dark areas are going to be frost covered partially. And this will cause the light curve, instead of varying by 2 to 0.2 to 0.3 magnitudes, mainly vary by 0.1 magnitude. It'd be an interesting study to do. So again, my hats off to you, Rick. I mean, you've really done a fantastic job here, and I just this is just a great instrument you have. Okay, so just some conclusions. I'm proposing a new V filter brightness model for Uranus, and I'm going to have to look at individual measurements, put that into a spreadsheet, and hopefully I may be able to publish that as a separate paper. But again, I have to do all of the measurements, not just the apparitional mean values. And the normalized U filter brightness of Uranus may fluctuate with solar activity. I actually talked about that, I believe it was in 2020 in the ALPO. North polar hood extends to about 46 degrees north. And again, keep an eye on that North polar hood because it might be getting a little darker. And then finally, I believe we can do some kind of photometry in standard filters of Pluto. And even you could just use the scope just as it is and get an amplitude of the light curve, Rick, and that would be great. All right. And so finally, I want to thank some people. I'm grateful, first off, to Qassam Ahmed, my student, for his assistance. He's great, very, very helpful in recording measurements and helped me set up and put away. I'm also grateful to everyone who submitted images, spectra, and other types of observations, including, of course, our very own Rick Hill. And of course, I'm grateful to Jim Tomney and Tim Robertson for organizing this conference. And of course, the great team at Gordon College who got my computer back up and running. I lost power, or I lost my internet yesterday at about 7 minutes to 7, right before the ALPO board meeting. So fortunately, I'm grateful to have them as well. And that's all. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Awesome.
I always have questions.
Okay.
Richard, one of your slides showed a slight and perhaps questionable effect of an increased brightness of Uranus at the time of opposition. Yes. I'm wondering, have you seen that in other years or just this year?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. My feeling is no, I haven't. I just didn't do this kind of graph in previous, or if I did, I can't remember. But it doesn't stand out, is what I'm saying.
Well, the reason the thing that comes to my mind is that there is a reason for enhanced brightness at opposition, even in clouds. That is, it's not the same thing as what we usually think of on the moon and the Saturn's rings with enhanced brightness at opposition. And what I'm thinking of is something that's called the specter of the Brocken. What this is, if you stand on a mountaintop and you look down into the valley directly away from the sun, you may see your shadow in the fog. And the fog becomes very bright in the direction directly opposite the sun, whereas in other directions the fog is relatively faint. The point is that fog by itself can have a reflection directly back toward the observer if you're directly in line with the sun behind you. And I just wanted to suggest that that tells you something about the upper atmosphere of Uranus if it's present. In other words, if you were to see that every year, you could say that represents a droplet effect in the upper atmosphere of Uranus.
Wow. I need to look at this I didn't, I've done this before, but it may have been a decade ago. And of course, there was no North Polar hood then. And what was that again? Spell it for me. Brocken effect, you said?
You're on mute, Roger.
Brocken?
Roger, you're on mute. You see your lips moving, but nothing's coming out.
I believe it's BRACHEN.
BRACHEN effect?
That may be right, yeah.
Okay, and what I need to do is look at my recent data, because if I see this like in 23, 22, where we've had a North Polar hood, I think there's something to that, Roger. I think that's
Well,
very
in principle, it could happen every year at
yes,
opposition. That's the thing. If it is real, yeah.
yes. But the thing is, in 2008, we didn't have, it was a different view. You didn't have these polar hoods then. But now I've got a big polar hood. So well, I'm gonna look at it, Roger. That's a good idea. Very good.
The angular phenomena is the whole planet would be brightened by this effect. It wouldn't just be the sub-Earth point or the subsolar point or something. It would be the whole planet. So it is, possible that it could brighten a little bit.
Okay. Now I know they've done studies with at Lowell Observatory um, on the phase coefficient of Uranus, and they get teeny tiny values, like um, something on the order of a millimagnitude. And this is closer to 50 millimag. So again, they would have, I'm sure, detected that. But again, it could just depend. I don't know on this polar hood. But anyway, I'll give it some thought. I need to look that up, Roger. Good point. Very good.
All righty. Anybody have any other questions for Richard on his presentation?
Yes. I'm
Rick?
curious. I'm curious with the Kuiper belt objects I've been doing. Are they of value? If I pay attention to exposure time and position in the sky and everything, we're able to do some sort of at least crude photometry with it.
The first thing is you can get a light curve. In other words, these things are spinning, and so you can get an amplitude of the light curve. I think that's the first thing. Now, for photometry, you have to get on a standard system like the Johnson, probably in your case, it'd be the Johnson R system or Johnson Cousin system. But an amplitude, we can get that. I mean, I think that would be, that's for starters.
I'll look into it, but I'm not sure how much latitude I have with putting filters in this telescope.
Yeah.
So I'll look into that. That's certainly encouraging at any rate.
And even if you can't get the exact Johnson red filter, getting something close to it, and then getting some a red star and a blue star, get the magnitude of that, and I can calculate the color correction.
Yeah, I could do some Landholz fields.
Yeah.
And send you the results of that.
Okay.
All righty. Richard, thank you very much. Appreciate the time and effort in the presentation. So guys, that brings us a little early to our to our break. Again, please don't log off of Zoom. Keep the workload on Tim light. And we will resume at 3:15 Eastern.
Let's move it up to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
That gives us
Everybody
a half hour
with
break.
that?
Okay.
All right. So let's assemble back here then at 3 o'clock Eastern. Would make it noon Pacific.
Yep.
All right, guys. So thank you all very much. See you all in
25 minutes.
Okay.
I see that you have me listed, I believe, for introducing the speaker this evening.
Hey, Rich, unmute yourself.
Do you have any notes on that, or should I go ahead and
Hey, how are you?
Hey, not too bad. You surviving the hot weather back there?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I've been inside mostly, so it hasn't bothered me very much, but it's been brutal. Yeah. with humidity.
That sounds pretty nasty. We've actually had the coolest July out here for many years.
Good for you.
It's actually been delightful. So no
Oh, that's good.
complaints, except cooler weather means more clouds. So my observations from home have really been curtailed.
Well, that's too bad. Yeah, that
Well,
was.
well, Robert, where are you located?
San Diego, California.
Well, it's always nice weather there, right?
Yeah. So it's been nice here, except for the clouds.
No, but
Of
I was
course,
saying, I mean, in San Diego, the weather's always nice, right?
I'm sorry I didn't catch that. I got
I'm
some
saying,
noisy dogs here.
In San Diego, the weather is always nice.
That's true. But if I wasn't so lazy, I could go up to the mountains more and get above the low clouds. So
How
I've
far do you
actually
have? How far do you have to drive, Bob, in order to get into the mountains?
actually only 15 minutes. So
Wow. Okay.
and so
That's
yeah,
not so much.
it's just laziness. The thing about it is I got my scope perfectly polar aligned, so every time I move it, I got to go through that process
Oh,
again.
uh-huh.
So,
So
eh,
what would, in other words, you're planning on taking your entire observing kit with you?
well, if I'm clouded out on that next Titan shadow transit, yeah, I'll probably head east again.
I see. Hmm. Well, good luck to
Um,
you, whatever you choose to do.
yeah. Anyway, you've been enjoying the talks?
I have. Yeah, I thought it was interesting to hear how well how physical really the observations have become of Uranus in particular. I think back to the little bit of time I spent looking at ALPO Uranus information years ago, and of course then it was all visual. There was no as far as I can remember there was no thought to use filters or photometry of any sort. So it's impressive.
Thanks. Thanks.
No, is that accurate, Richard? That let's say 50 years ago, 40 years ago, it was all
That's accurate.
visual impressions.
That's
Okay.
that's accurate now. And it's now I'll say this: the British, even back in the 19th century,
Uh-huh.
at least doing visual brightness measurements with their eyes. And what's interesting, I talked about this in my book, their results are consistent with the polar when the pole space is being a little brighter. And so I think this polar cycle has been going on for over a century. That's what it looks like. The
Very
one
interesting.
exception is the 1960s, but that's kind of a weird decade anyway. But yeah,
That's
their
interesting.
1960s it got a brighter, but but yeah, I got a photometer soon, almost as soon as I was appointed coordinator back in 1990, because I knew photometry is sort of the way to go. I didn't have a
Sure.
huge scope.
Mhm.
Oh well.
And what size telescope do you use?
I've been using right now. I've got an 8 centimeter telescope. I love it because it's got a good finder scope on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I used a 9 centimeter Maxudov for many years. The only problem was it's kind of a bear because the finder scope is not very good. You have to have a good finder scope for Uranus. Jupiter, you could just find it, but Uranus, you've got to actually. What I do is I find it with binoculars first, and then I find it with finder scope, and then I have a fighting chance of seeing it through the telescope.
Very interesting.
But 3-step process.
Richard, I noticed some of your photos were taken in infrared light. Would a methane filter work on Uranus?
I think it would. The problem is aperture.
Yeah.
Methane band filter, a 20 nanometer or 2 nanometer. 20 angstroms of 20 nanometer. The passband has to be a little bigger. And I think with some of the really big scopes, I mean, I think with the 20-inch telescope, you probably need to get a pretty good methane band image of Uranus, but probably not anything less than that.
Yeah.
Because the cameras are so sensitive. I think you're right. I think that would be, and I think some of my observers are trying that, but I haven't seen too much.
Yeah, I just came across an inexpensive methane filter, so I might give it a try here.
That'd be good. Let me know how it works, Bob. And even if it doesn't work, we need to find out, what can be done, So even
Yeah.
negative data is good data.
Well, I only have a 9 1/4 inch, so but still, it's worth a try.
It's worth a try. And maybe it's going to be one of those things where you have to take, 10 1-minute exposures. I don't know, whatever. And it'd be interesting to look for that North Polar hood. That would be interesting.
Definitely.
I was out in California in June. I
Yeah.
have a brother who lives in near Temecula. It's in Menifee, but Menifee is kind of small. The Temecula
Yeah.
area, you're familiar with
My
that?
my brother-in-law lives in Murrieta, right up there,
That's
close to.
pretty close.
Yeah.
And then I went to they had a symposium, small telescope symposium in Ontario, California. So I was there. It was back in middle to late June. It was nice, very nice.
Yeah. Did you happen to attend the ALPO conference when it was in Ontario? Maybe what, 10 years ago?
Um, I I know I went to the one in Berkeley. I went to the one in Ventura.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember the Ontario. That's the thing.
That was the most recent one in California.
I, Bob, I can't remember that. I've been to every, and the problem is I've been to every ALPO meeting, but I may have had to miss one for whatever reason. Um, that would have been, you said about 10 years ago. I've been about 2016 or
Yeah,
15.
so, it's right around that period, right before the COVID. So
I may have had to miss that because I had a commitment and they were paying me a lot of money to do this commitment. Let's put it
yeah,
that way.
so
So I may
priorities, my friend, priorities.
That's right. That's right. Are you still observing meteors?
Oh, you bet.
No.
I'll be out next week watching the Alpha Capricornids and the Delta Aquariids,
Yeah.
and just hoping for clear skies and the moonlight's not going to interfere, so it ought to be a good year for that.
Good, good. Yeah, I read your book back about 2 or 3 years ago when I had surgery. So I was kind of homebound a little bit. So read your book. Very good book, Bob. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to get back into meteor observing, but this variable star has kind of taken over.
Yeah, we can only do so much, can't you? I love to used to watch variable stars religiously, but gosh, just so much going on these days.
There is.
Especially with me deeply involved in fireball reports. So
Mm.
that consumes about an hour of my life every day. So
Speaking of fireballs, we had one in Georgia in late June.
yes, that's for sure. Left some meteorites on the ground, and I
That's
think through a guy's roof too.
Yes, yes, yep.
I might have to start wearing a helmet when I go out to observe.
Yep, yep.
Might
Uh,
come through your roof,
yeah, you never know.
helmet's roof.
Uh, hearing all kinds of crazy stories like that.
Hmm.
Oh, shoot. Well, I guess Jupiter is just coming up in the east here right before morning, so
Yep.
look forward to seeing that again.
Yeah, Jupiter will be there, and I probably will get close to Venus at some point there.
Yeah. In fact, I think it's right around the peak of the Perseid shower, so that ought
Oh,
to be a nice conjunction.
13th of August or so, 12th.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we're coming up to meteor season now. I mean, from July to November is just one out, or July to December, actually, I should say.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Actually, it extends just into the first week of January with the quadranteds too.
that's true. Yeah.
And
Yep.
then it drops off dramatically for 3 full months.
Yeah, you got the Virgo, but they don't quite understand that storm, that stream. It's maybe several, I don't know. Virginids or something like that.
Yeah. Actually, that stream is just a constant source of small asteroidal bits
Yeah.
that Earth encounters year round.
Hmm.
And, we encounter them perpendicularly, so they're not too fast, not too slow, but they're always there, producing a couple meteors per hour.
Yep.
And no particular time of year they peak, except when the radiant maybe lies in Taurus and Gemini when it's highest.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that happens to be that time of year. Um, let's see, that opposition. So that would be, yeah, right around November, December.
Hmm. Oh,
So
wow.
of course, there's so many other showers active that time of year, it probably gets lost.
Yeah.
In fact, in October and November, the tards are superimposed upon them. So it's impossible to visually separate those showers. So at that
Yes.
time of year, we just tell everybody to call them tards because the difference is only a few kilometers per second in velocity. So it's for the naked eye to try to be specific with those. Forget it. It's
And
impossible.
position's similar too, I think. Taurus is next.
Yeah, ye- that's very true. Anyway, I
And I
know a
guess,
lot of folks are writing off the Perseus this year due to the moon, but I expect if you have nice transparent skies, you'll still be able to see about 20 an hour, long as you face northward with the moon at your back.
yes, we're getting full moon on the 7th, it looks like. No, that's September. August, we're getting full moon on the 9th. So,
Yeah. And the maximum's on the 13th. That's only 4 days, so it's still going to be about 80% illuminated at least.
but the moon's brightness drops off dramatically in 3 days. So,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And there's always probably an hour there between dusk and moonrise. So if folks can't watch in the morning, they can try to see some Earth grazers there, where where the meteors last several seconds and shoot a long path in the sky.
mhm.
There's not very many of those, but they're sure impressive.
I think, like you're saying, Bob, it's really important to have transparent skies with a bright moon. I, as you know, I live in Maryland, and the the air here is not at all transparent. And this is around Richard is around the Baltimore area between Baltimore and Washington,
Yeah.
and it's just hopeless. But if I went further west, probably about 50, 60 miles, that would probably improve things a great deal. But if Bob, you're able to go 15 minutes to get to really good air, wow, that sounds like I'd jump on that. But of course, the distance isn't always the big issue. It's the preparation, loading things up, unloading things, and all of the attendant hassle. But
Not getting anything either.
well, that's possible, right? Yeah.
I'm very good at that, and I second trip.
Yeah. You know,
Richard.
it used
I'm
to
a
be
member
a,
of Hopewell. I live in Bethesda, Maryland, and I'm a member of Hopewell Observatory, which is out Route 66, about 25 miles outside the Beltway.
How you
And
do?
we've got a little better sky than DC,
Uh-huh.
but it's not quite as good as it obviously as it used to be.
Say, as a boy, I lived in Cabin John, Maryland. I'm not even sure you're familiar with that.
Oh yeah, just a few
I know
miles
where it
away.
is. Yeah, sure.
And I can remember that's what got me started in astronomy. I was on just a little boy. It was dark there. I remember back then. And I
Oh,
visited, 20 years ago, and it's still, for a suburb, it was pretty dark. I mean, so
yeah.
It's amazing.
It's gotten a bit brighter.
I imagine it's gotten brighter since then. Yeah.
Yeah, Bethesda's about maybe 10 miles away.
Mhm.
I'm near
Hey,
NIH.
Richard, Yes. Yes,
I have
Dave.
a question for you about the outer planets,
Yeah.
David. Um, there was some talk a year or two or three ago about some NASA mission, future mission to orbit Uranus, I believe it was.
Mhm.
I think in the 2040s or something to that effect. I know budgets are all in limbo right now, but is that still in the dream stage or what?
Um, it seems to me there is a mission going to Uranus, but it may be the Europeans. That's my recollection. Um, um, the NASA mission in the 2040s is news to me, but I believe there's something the Europeans want to go there, is what I believe. Again, my memory's fuzzy on that, but I know they want to go to Uranus, and I remember there was talk of that, but like I said, that's news to me as far as NASA. Right now, I think we have to be content with the James Webb Space Telescope, which is an awesome instrument. But let's see what the Europeans are doing. I think they're the ones that may be the ones going to Uranus.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. By the way, David, do you plan to do more Uranus and Neptune imaging?
I I haven't done any imaging of those.
Okay.
Someone was talking about using filters with the unistellar EV scope, and you certainly can. You can screw a filter onto that and use filters with that. They suggest doing that if you want to do photometry.
Okay. Wow. I think Rick Hill was the one using that.
Yeah. In fact, I'm glad that reminded me. I think I've got one on there now, a V filter that I got to take off.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe that explains why some of my pictures haven't been quite as good as they should be.
Well, yeah, and of course you're going to have infrared coming in there too. Infrared blocking filter might help.
Yeah. Yeah, but I use the EV scope. I run my club's public observing program, which is in Rock Creek Park in the district. And I use the EV scope there. And I can show people, galaxies, stuff that the other scopes can't. And in fact, last year I had it on a comet, which of course nobody else could see.
Oh, wow. Very good. Very good. How big was that EV scope? Was it 10 centimeters?
So, yeah, 10 centimeter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the C-Star 50 is a very popular electronic telescope in the
Yes.
Howard County area. It's just amazing. It just banishes light pollution and
Yeah. Yeah.
incredible the kinds of images you get of deep sky, deep space objects. Very impressive.
It's interesting now with what you can do. You can buy eyepieces that are
Oh,
electronic eyepieces that are
oh,
essentially cameras that you can stick on your telescope. I mean, you put that on a C8 or a C11, and you're going
wow.
to get fantastic images.
Well, yeah, yep,
Wow, that's interesting.
yep.
Modern technology is pretty amazing, I tell you.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Some of the members near me are imaging the supernova in NGC 7331, I think it is. And it's astounding with C stars, a 2-inch objective
yeah.
lens.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be about a 14th magnitude
Yeah.
supernova.
Yeah.
There it is.
Wow.
I was at the Winter Star Party
Uh-huh.
and got to see Richard Wright's Pegasus Astro, that electronic eyepiece.
Yes. Yeah.
And
One of the ones I was talking about.
yes, I looked in it and saw Thor's helmet with all the blues and all the greens and all the colors. And it looked three-dimensional. It was the most impressive thing I think I've seen in a telescope in many years. It was in a 8-inch refractor, and it rivaled or exceeded views I've seen in 22-inch Dobbs. I mean, it was just so big and bright and colorful. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty amazing.
It is. They're still having that down in Marathon, the Winter Star Party.
Yes, yes. Matter of fact, I'm planning on going next year too. This was like our 4th or 5th time there, and we love it. It's a really good star party.
Yes, that time of the year in February.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went there one time 10 or 12 years ago, I think, gave a talk out there. Enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, the talk I'm giving today is the same one I gave at the Winter Star Party about the spectroheliograph.
Okay, yes.
I got to get one of those, build one of those. I do a lot of solar stuff, but I have not. One of the guys in National Capital Astronomers is building one, has built one, working.
Yeah, a lot of people have built them. But I think as far as ease of use and precision, I think the aluminum bodied unit is probably the best, and it doesn't cost that much more.
Wow.
I guess the biggest problem is any of you guys that have 3D printers know when you 3D print something and you take it outside in the sun, it just sort of falls apart over time. And that's that's what got this whole spectroheliograph started, but that's also the downfall of the 3D printed unit is it just doesn't hold up.
Okay. I completed making one of those about a year and a half ago.
Cool.
I covered the outside with the aluminum tape.
Mm-hmm.
Keep infrared light from seeping through, and it also keeps it cooler.
Did that help?
I've had no problem with it.
Okay, well then it helps probably.
Long as you keep the plastic cool.
Yeah.
And you also need to make sure that you're using heavy enough neutral density filter in front of the finder scope that you use. Because if you get too much light coming through, you're going to warm up that plastic.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I'm using like a number 10 neutral density filter. Was it number 12? You're using
Okay.
pretty decent one so that I can put my hand at the focal point of the finder and not have any discomfort at all.
Wow. Nice. Yeah, the advantage of the aluminum unit is I use mine on a 4-inch refractor with no filtration at all
Ah,
and let it sit there for hours and hours on end, and it just doesn't affect it at all.
No. All right, folks, it's 3 o'clock Eastern. I see we've all assembled back. So I think, great. Thank you, Tim, for starting the recording again. So this will bring us to our fourth speaker of the afternoon. And Roger Venable has been a stargazer since 1960, which Roger himself notes is probably qualifies him as a stargeezer. He's been a member of the ALPO since 1987 and the coordinator of the Mars section of the ALPO since 2007. Roger writes regular short articles about Mars for the Journal of the ALPO, with the occasional longer article interspersed among those. He also performs editing duties on ALPO articles submitted by others. Asteroid 6651, Roger Venable, was named in recognition of his Mars work, and most of his personal research consists of recording occultations, where he's obtained data on exactly 400 occultations of stars by asteroids, which resulted in 401 positive occultation chords and 393 negative chords. In addition to all of this, Roger also serves as vice president of the International Occultation Timing Association since 2013. So his presentation today, What We Have Seen on Mars During the Present Apparition, is going to be a review of some of the interesting things seen on the red planet from this past apparition, which is drawing to a close now. He's going to emphasize polar cap phenomena, dust storms, cloud detections, and the overall appearance of the red planet. So Roger, if you would take it away, please.
Slideshow from the beginning. That's that. Now I'm wanting to get rid of the gallery on the right side of the screen. Do you see the gallery too in my screen sharing?
No, I don't see your gallery, just the one that I have set up.
No. Yeah, all we see is your PowerPoint presentation.
All right. I'm not sure what else to say. I have a part of my screen obscured by a gallery, so I'm going to see if I can move that off. There, I think I've gotten it gone. Okay, well, what I need to do is make sure that my mouse will show. So we'll make that visible. First, here is a list of the contributors with the number of nights on which they made observations as of last Friday when I made the count. There are two lists. The list on the left has the observers listed alphabetically, while the list on the right has the observers listed by the number of nights for which they reported observations. As you find your name in the two lists, I wish to emphasize that I encourage observers to make at least 2 observations in a given night, preferably separated by 40 minutes. The reason for this is that Mars has a sidereal rotation period of about 40 minutes longer than that of Earth. So the second such observation will show the same face of Mars that the first such observation made the next night will show. In comparing your observations made 2 nights in a row, you provide corroboration of any transient findings, such as water ice clouds, surface frost, dust clouds, and how they move about from day to day. Now, to honor those who usually made more than one observation in a night, I have included a column, many per night, with asterisks indicating those who virtually always made more than one observation a night. By the way, notice that Clyde Foster has, as of last Friday, 200 nights of observations submitted. And Paul Maxon, although it says 152, he's a bit behind in his processing, about 2 months behind. So he actually has probably observed almost as many as Clyde. This diagram shows the relative positions of Earth and Mars in their orbits and the Martian seasons during the central part of this apparition. Notice that Mars's distance from the Sun has been increasing during this the central part of this apparition between the two quadratures, and at the eastern quadrature, it was approximately at Mars's aphelion. This is the first observation received, made by Clyde Foster. I've taken the liberty to enhance it a bit to make things a little clearer for you, but this does show a whole lot of albedo features. Right here is, in the enhanced version, it's easier to see Mare Acidalium. This is sinus meridiani and Sabius sinus, Ducalinus regio, Pandori freedom. Over here we have Hellespontus, Noachus, and Mare erythraeum, Chrysae, and Tempe's down here, and this is Arabia. So you see the features of Mars there. And I want to point out that this was made when Mars had a subtended diameter in the sky of only 3.9 arcseconds. And we used to think that 6 arcseconds was the limit of the observing season, but that's obsolete. This was a daytime observation, much like observing Mercury. By the way, 3.9 arcseconds is smaller than Mercury gets. Daytime observation, the solar elongation was 15.5 degrees, so it was very close to the sun in the sky. Elevation 22.6 degrees, and the sun elevation was 8 degrees below Mars in the sky. Clyde's early observations enabled him to document the shrinkage of the south polar cap. It starts here on the left, and you can see there's a large south polar cap. South is up. And it's smaller here, a little smaller there, shrinking from observation to observation. In this last one, this was in the middle of southern summer, and after the summer solstice, during summer, the Mars south polar cap tips away from the sun, and in this case from the Earth also. And so actually it's beyond the limit of the planet there, and we can't see the polar cap at all. This is a flashback made in 2022 by Mark Schmidt, and it shows what we call the mountains of Mitchell here next to the south polar cap, and that's better known, properly known as Novus Mons. It's not actually elevation in elevation. It's just a peculiar place where snow tends to accumulate. I show you this just to point out how well seen, how easy it was to see Novus Mons in that apparition. Clyde made a number of images, not specifically to see that, but just for my interest. We have 6 successive days of observations, and you notice the south polar cap is asymmetrical. You can see actually Novus Mons sticking out a little bit on this side, and if you look carefully, you can pick it up a little bit here, a little lower than it is there, and here you pick it up down here, and here it's almost pointed at you, and here it's pointed right toward you. That's how subtle it was. You could barely see it, this apparition, and that's just because of the positions of Earth and Mars in their orbits at the time of the Martian year in which it could be seen. I want to show you a few normal clouds. This was made in early southern summer by Clyde Foster in northern winter. It shows the north polar hood, but notice you can barely see it. It looks kind of gray. It's not even bright in blue yet, which it usually is. And I also want to, just because of the season, I mean, this is just right after the beginning of northern let's see, let me get this right, southern summer and northern winter. Notice how Syrtis Major, well, it may look green, but we can say it's bluish. And that is called the Syrtis blue cloud. It's usually seen when Syrtis Major is near the limb or the terminator. But it's a subtle cloud, but it gives Syrtis Major a blue color. This is an image by Gary Walker in early southern summer, and it shows an evening terminator cloud right over Dedalia. And this is not actually an Arsia Mons cloud, though that volcano is nearby. Also, I want you to notice that the northern hood has become very bright, particularly in blue light. Notice how bright the cloud is in blue here. Now this one by Paul Maxson shows the Arsia long cloud, or the long Arsia cloud. It's pretty subtle here, but it's in this image. Arsia Mons is right here on the terminator, and that cloud extends over this way, has a little curve to it, and almost to Mare Cimerium, but it's a long, narrow cloud. We have another picture of that. This is by Massimo Dionisi, who is in the audience today. And but this is at about the same central meridian of Mars, blue light image, and it shows this long cloud proceeding westward on Mars. South is up, west is to the right, east is to the left, and that extends this way, downwind from Arsia Mons. This image in the middle of southern summer and northern winter shows the North Polar Head to be much brighter in blue than it is in green, and in red it's not visible at all. Now, because it's so much brighter in blue, there's a tendency for it to be rendered in a tricolor image as a blue cloud, but it's really not blue. If you look at it visually, it's white. And sometimes the best way to manage your color balance is to use the visual appearance of white in the polar hoods or the polar cap to govern how you emphasize the various colors as you make a composite image. This image was made at the start of northern spring, and the major thing I want to show you is these Tharsis clouds that occur. Now, Mars is rotating toward the left here because that's the direction of east when south is up. And these are late afternoon clouds. This is Arsia Mons. It forms first, and so it's the most prominent. The Pavonis Mons, Ascraeus Mons, and this is Alba Mons. We don't think about that much, but it is the fifth highest of the Tharsis volcanoes. Olympus Mons is right here. It actually is probably this slightly red spot right there, but it doesn't yet have a cloud associated with it because it's too early in the afternoon. And this is a fine image, very sharp image by Peter Gorczynski. And we can see the clouds over here on the right in blue, the same clouds I was pointing out in the last slide. But what I want to point out in this image is here is a dark spot amid the Arsia cloud, and that is the Arsia caldera. The two largest caldera in the Tharsis area are the Arsia one and the Alba one, and this is the Alba Mons caldera. Furthermore, with these clouds, there's a little bit of a dark spot right there, and a dark spot right there. I hope you can see it, but these are probably the Pavonis Mons and the Ascraeus Mons caldera. And Michael Phillips made a really fine animation of those clouds, and this shows the Olympus Mons cloud as well as the other ones I mentioned. Of course, this one has north up instead of south up. Next image. This is, instead of an animation, Frank Melillo just made 5 successive images in a single Martian afternoon. So we're watching the progression of the clouds here as they develop. As we go from left to right, we're watching the clouds develop. This is Olympus Mons, that's Alba Mons, Ascraeus Mons. You can barely see Pavonis Mons here. And the bright cloud here is in Tempe, and this one's probably in Candor. And you can see how they get larger and brighter as the Martian afternoon progresses. This is the first image from the last slide, blown up, and Frank has drawn on it the W shape, the famous W cloud of springtime, northern spring afternoons on Mars. Again, Olympus, Alba Mons, Ascraeus Mons, Tempe, and Candor. I call it Candor. Maybe someone else would choose a different albedo feature to describe it, but that's pretty close. In late northern spring, the equatorial cloud band becomes visible. You can see it here in blue. Notice that you really can't see it over here. You might pretend you can see it, but you really need a blue filter to see the faint equatorial cloud band. And in this case, because it's early in the season, it just hasn't even completed. It only covers like 2/3 of the equatorial area there. Image by Clyde Foster. Here's an image by Frank Melillo, and in this case, it's a little later in the season, we see a really nice equatorial cloud band in blue light. Maybe seen a little in green, not in red, and you hardly see it in the composite image. This is a drawing by Paul Abel, one of our very best Mars artists. I understand that he does other planets also, but he has drawn the equatorial cloud band. And one of the interesting things about this is, first of all, it's the first drawing in which I've ever seen the equatorial cloud band, because you usually can't see it visually unless you use filters like a blue filter. And he did this in integrated light without using any filters, and I think that's remarkable. By the way, the equatorial cloud band in his drawing is north of the equator. The North Pole here is tipped toward us. The South Pole can't be seen because it's beyond the limb as it's tipped away from us. The equator, therefore, is elevated a little bit past on the northern half of the image. It goes right across the center of the equator, goes across the center of Sinus Meridiani and just below Sabia Sinus here. So the equatorial cloud band is in a north tropical latitude in this drawing. It is not always directly over the equator. I include this image by Frank Melillo to show that many clouds are missed in RGB image. This image was on the left was made with a color camera. ASI 290 MC is a color camera. And he just took a nice image of Mars. And there are no clouds visible. This image in the center was used with an ASI 290 mono camera, and it was made 18 minutes after this image. So if this image shows clouds, this image might show them too, right? All right, well, he's documented here morning limb clouds, all the Tharsis Montes clouds. He's got clouds over here in Noctis Labyrinthus, and just they're all over the place. And this is a slightly later image. But the point of this is that if you don't image in blue light, you're likely to miss some clouds. Gary Walker made this image in late northern winter. It shows a north polar front here. Now, this is probably the ice cap here, but this is a front of clouds. Notice how bright it is in blue. Not nearly so bright in red, because red penetrates through the clouds. And this is a heavy storm that is spreading southward from the North Polar region. Right. Now, this image was made by Clyde Foster one day after the last image, and it shows a different longitude on the planet. And I'm just showing it to point out to you that it shows the North Polar hood as quiescent, no fronts there. And yet if we go on the same day, same night, at a different longitude, we see that the previous day's North Polar front has moved further from the North Polar region, and it looks very intense, and it is somewhat seen in red because the clouds are very dense. And here we see a new dust streak across Mare Acidalium, and I think there's dust right here separating Mare Acidalium from Nidalcaris. So the point is that when these north polar fronts move southward, they carry great storms with them. Now, this is reminiscent. Oh, I wanted to point out that this is over Mare Acidalium, and if I'm sure none of you remember my 2007-2008 apparition report, in which I graphed the number of north polar fronts against longitudes, and I showed that they're much more common over Mare Acidalium than they are at other longitudes of Mars, which is why I showed you this one, the slide before, to show you that it's quiescent over there. And this is reminiscent of what we have on Earth. On Earth, severe air masses, north polar fronts with air masses, are prone to move southward in Central Asia and over North America. And other longitudes are much less prone to them. About 3 weeks later, Gary Walker made this image. It shows a large polar front at a different longitude moving away from the north polar region. So, it can occur at a different longitude. I wanted to point out that in this image, Olympus Mons appears as a dark spot. And the reason is that the largest regional dust storm of the apparition began 2 days previously. And already dust has reached Olympus Mons, and the mountain protrudes above the tropospheric dust so that it looks like a dark spot. Alrighty. This image by Clyde Foster was made about 10 weeks later, now in early northern spring, and it shows how clouds spawned from the north polar hood can separate themselves. This is probably actually in temperate latitudes as they move southward, and they eventually gradually dissipate just as they do on Earth. Morning limb clouds are often seen late in northern spring. These excellent images by Chris Go show a morning limb cloud here, and what's happening here is that this line on the planet is where the cloud dissipates. The cloud isn't going to stay in this area of the surface, over this area of the surface as the planet rotates. What's going to happen is that the cloud is dissipating here. It forms during the Martian night and is visible on the morning limb only, and it's gradually evaporating as the planet turns so that it only extends this far over the surface of the planet. Of course, there is a north polar front here that's separated from the north polar region. This red spot amid the cloud is Ascraeus Mons, protruding upward above the tropospheric clouds. Here's another image of morning limb clouds, and they show most of the Tharsis Montes. This is Arcia, Pavanis, Ascraeus. Here, right on the limb, is Olympus Mons, and down here is ALPO Mons. This image by Bill Flanagan shows clouds in the southern half of Hellas. Now, it's probably best seen in blue. This is a violet image, so we got red, green, blue, and violet. If you notice these clouds right here, they're in the southern half of Hellas. And it's possible that there's a little frost here. It's bright in red right on that southern half. And sometimes, if it's bright in red, that represents a surface phenomenon like clouds or snow. Clouds and frosts are common in Hellas. And by the way, I recommend that you don't go to Hellas. This image was made by Pete Worksinski. Nice cloud over Elysium Mons in the area called Elysium here. And you notice that it's visible in red, green, and blue. This is because there is not only a cloud visible in blue, but there are surface frosts visible in red. Red looks right through the cloud, and it sees some type of frost or snow there on the surface. A couple of abnormal clouds, and this may seem redundant to you, but in this image by Johan Worrell in Sweden, we've got a polar front here that you can see in its composite image. If you look in red, it's also visible in red, visible in green, and in blue. So what this is a storm or group of storms that are along the front of an air mass that's moving southward from the North Polar region. And the wind is so strong that it's entrained dust. If it didn't entrain the dust, it wouldn't be visible in red, because the dust reflects the red light. So we have mixed blue and water ice clouds and dust clouds in the same cloud. This is a peculiar cloud because we've got an intense RC Mons cloud right here. And you notice no other Tharsis clouds are visible. And it's kind of the wrong season. And why aren't any other Tharsis clouds visible? Well, I think the reason is that a dust storm began a couple of days earlier. And right here, we have a peculiar lightening of the surface. We can see Pavonis Mons as a subtle dark spot, and this is Ascraeus Mons. These mountains are protruding above a tropospheric dust storm, and the atmosphere of Mars in this area is so disturbed that it contributed to a rapid updraft over RC Mons that caused this cloud dust phenomena. I congratulate Nick High for this initial image of a regional dust storm. The dust is in Ophir, Candor, moves westward across the Tractus albus into Tharsis. The red dust is brightly reflecting. This is a special image in that it is the first image of this regional dust storm, which was the largest dust storm of this apparition. And unfortunately, it's the only image that Nick High shared with us, this apparition, and I wish we'd seen more from him. I'll invite him, I'll contact him and invite him to send more. Now this is only 3 days after Nick's first image, and though it still shows the bright tropospheric dust down here, notice how everything has low contrast. This is by Clyde Foster. The whole planet is partially obscured by high altitude dust. What happens with some of these dust storms is a lot of dust gets into the mesosphere and it's rapidly distributed around the planet. So then it decreases contrast in all the albedo features. And look at the North Polar hood, which has been really bright. Now it's sort of grayed out, and it's not very bright in blue anymore because it's being partially obscured by the high altitude dust. The next day, Peter Tickner made this image, and it shows a dense dust core here. You can't see much of anything in the southern reaches of the planet, but Hellespontus should be under that dust core. Noachus is here, and down here is Mare Erythraeum. You really can't see the dark Mare Erythraeum. Mare Acidalium is completely gone, yet Sinus Sabaeus and Meridiani and Arabia are relatively clear. Foster made this image after another 2 days, and still we're seeing the same condition with the whole planet mostly obscured and the polar hood not well seen. This image is by Efrain Morales Rivera, and the central meridian is 6 degrees. So that's right here. And therefore, this dark area is Sinus Meridiani, barely seen. And above it, we probably have a dust core. And Noachus is usually bright. Up here, it's not. Over here, this dark area would appear to be Sinus Margarifer sinus. And Mare Acidalium is completely obscured. And what's all this dark area? So we have a big dust cloud over here, which is dark. And this is a false albedo feature. This is usually the Arabia area, which is very bright. So I want to point out that not only does it obscure the dust obscures large areas of the surface of the planet, but we also get false albedo features like this, dark areas of dust. Only a few, the next day, this is the next day, and this is the following day, by Gary Walker, dust streaks over Mare Erythraeum and probably down into Chryse and Xanthe here. And this is false albedo darkening of Ganges, probably just due to the contrast effect as the image was processed. And here we have extension of the dust further. If you just compare the dust there and the dust here, you can see how it's extending, moving rapidly from day to day. And that's one of the characteristic features of dust. If you're wondering whether something is dust, you need to observe how it changes from day to day. And this is a dense dust core right in Solus Lacus, imaged by Frank Melillo. A week later, Mike Hood made this image that shows the southern latitudes to still be obscure. This is actually a dust core up here. There is a brand new intense dust core right here in Chryse, but the north polar area has cleared. We now see it pretty well, but though it's not as bright as normal. But there's an intense storm which has moved southward into Mare Acidalium, as I described to you previously. Most of these storms occur over Mare Acidalium, but by no means all of them. You have seen from the foregoing images that dust clouds can be capricious, at times rapidly spreading, but sometimes completely clearing, only to reappear in spots that may have been previously dust covered in the same dust storm. Here is another example. 3 images by Clyde Foster. On September 1st, all we saw was diffuse loss of contrast and obscuration of the North Polar Hood. And I don't see any dense dust cores there. Here, 3 days later, we notice that the dust has settled somewhat, so the contrast has improved, and we can even see Cerberus and Propontis 1 and Castorius Lacus over here. And the North Polar Hood is becoming more readily visible. And then 6 days later, we notice the North Polar Hood is now getting to be bright light again. This may be at the actual cap down here. There's a storm proceeding off the North Polar region. Pretty good contrast here, but up here we have a new dust cloud affecting the visibility of Ausonia, Iridania, and Electris. And that's why these dust clouds just keep changing from day to day. And that one lasted several weeks. Now this is a different dust storm 2 months later, and we have more than 2 images, but Mike Hood and Bill Flanagan imaged it. And so this is an air mass that broke off the North Polar region, traveled southward, and it didn't have any clouds associated with it, but its frontal winds, it still has a front, you see. The frontal winds were intense and dug up the dust. And so we see the bright airborne dust along its front. The next day, you see the air mass had moved to the the northeast, and we now see its edge here, still stirring up some dust. Very peculiar to see that so graphically. All right, now in this image by Mike Hood, this is dust. Now, the reason you know it's dust is that it's readily seen in red. You see it a little less well in green, and you barely see anything in blue. There may be a little bit of water ice cloud associated with it, but this is basically dust in another front off the North Polar Hood. So we need to feel free to label something that's red and visible in red and not in blue. You know, we just call it dust, and especially since we know that there are fronts in that area. Now I want to show you a couple unusual observations. There is a cloud over Olympus Mons here on the terminator. Now the mountain is actually far in front of the terminator. Remember, the planet's, this is south up, so the planet's rotating right to left. And the terminator, of course, is foreshortened. So this is not really on the terminator. But you may detect a slight irregularity there of the terminator. If you look at the cloud, if anything, it has a slight protuberance of the terminator, but this is a red long pass filter, R610 long pass. And if you look carefully, you see a notch in the terminator there. Now, when this image was made, the latitude of the sun in the Martian sky was up here, and the latitude of the Earth was down here. And so we would expect the shadow to protrude slightly downward. And I think that's where we see it. We see the top edge of this notch as straight across, and the bottom edge is down this way. We're actually looking at the shadow of the mountain. Now, the reason we can see the shadow is because red light penetrates right through the cloud over the mountain. And in view of that, why is there a brightness right here? The reason is that this is probably the escarpment, which is the steepest part of the mountain. The lowest slope of this mountain has a steep escarpment, and it looks brighter to us than the surface of Mars next to it because it's at a steeper angle, and therefore we're receiving more light per square foot. So I think that's really interesting. All right, and this another north polar front off here, it's well seen in blue here, so there's plenty of water ice cloud in it. You can persuade yourself that you can see a little bit of it here too in blue, but much of it is best seen in infrared. This is infrared, and we see both the water ice part and this line. And so what this means is that this water ice cloud has a whole lot of dust in it, and this part of the cloud of the front is nearly completely dust because it's barely seen at all in blue. Now, this image by Richard Wheeler shows a reddish line right here, and I'll tell you why I'm not sure what that is. It seems to curve upward in its ends right here and here, and that makes me think that it may be a secondary diffraction spike. This planet has a slight edge rind, not very prominent, and it's unusual to see a secondary diffraction spike when the wavelets haven't been greatly emphasized. And for that reason, I mean, this doesn't look as though they have been, because we would have a severe edge rind. So I'm thinking that this may not be a secondary diffraction spike. It may actually be dust. But how can you be sure? I want to acquaint you with what this diffraction phenomenon. When we look at the edge of a planet, it's just like looking at it through a telescope. It's just like looking at a knife edge magnified against a wall. Here is the planet, and here is deep space. And the true edge of the planet is at the point of 1/4 brightness in the edge rind. And this is the edge rind. And the peak of the edge rind is at 1.22 wavelengths of light if you're using monochromatic light. And then we sometimes see a secondary peak if the if the wavelets are used to emphasize contrast, but we usually don't see the secondary peak. So the question then, could this be a diffraction effect, or could it be dust? I don't have an answer. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the North Polar Cap outlier because I don't have time, and so it'll be in the next Mars report. And I am done. I want to stop sharing.
All right. Excellent.
Questions?
Excellent. Indeed. Any questions, Richard? Take yourself off mute, Richard.
Yes, yes. Okay, Roger, very good talk. First off, excellent. I'm just looking at my photometric data from last year, from July 13th up to, looks like, well, I got some more data on the next page, up to May 24th. And I noticed that Mars was brighter from August 16th to September 2nd, brighter than what was predicted. And that sort of corresponds with your dust storm that was, I would guess that the biggest was probably a intermediate sized dust storm. It was the middle category. Would you
Yes,
say that's correct?
we call it a regional dust storm.
Regional, yeah.
Even though the mesospheric dust did penetrate across, I mean, cover the entire planet, I don't think that qualifies it as a planet encircling storm or a global storm, because we use that term to mean totally obscured. And there
Yes.
have been times when it is the planet is totally obscured, as it was in 2018, if I get the years right, 2007, and 2002. I may have the years wrong, but it's something like that. And it's roughly every 7 years or something. So we're about due to another big one, you know. But so I would call this a regional dust storm, and it was a pretty impressive storm.
Yeah, my photometric data are definitely consistent with regional and not
Yeah.
planet circling. So very good, very
Yeah,
good.
it'll show up on photometry. I'm glad you found that, and that's publishable stuff. We ought to get together and make sure we get that done right.
Yes, yes, Roger. Yeah, I'm going to start working on the Mars paper. I want to get a couple of more measurements. You know, it should be decent skies in September, hopefully in August. So we'll see. But then, yes, sure, certainly, Roger. Very good. Thanks.
Questions?
Anyone else? All right. Well, again, Roger, thank you very much. Always interesting to see how you can pick up these details on Mars. Amazing stuff. Move on to our fifth speaker here then. Wayne Bailey was the ALPO Lunar Topographical Studies and Selected Areas Program Coordinator from 2009 until 2019. From his graduation in 1971 until his final retirement in 2002, he's worked as a college professor, teaching astronomy and earth science and doing infrared stellar spectroscopy, an astronomer in the aerospace industry, and a physicist in the oil well and coal mining support. Certainly a wearer of many hats. Even after retirement, Wayne found time to be a part-time adjunct instructor teaching astronomy and physics at his local community college in New Jersey. Originally, and still, he is interested in stellar spectroscopy. Wayne's interest in the solar system imaging developed from the realities of observing in a bright urban sky in Alabama and New Jersey. But since moving back to the darker skies near Tucson in 2016, he has been exploring solar system spectroscopy and polarimetry, in addition to stellar photometry and spectroscopy. So for his presentation today, which is a summary of lunar polarimetry through color filters, this is a continuation of the Lunar Polarization Imaging Project he reported at last year's conference, and his article in the May 2025 issue of the Lunar Observer, where he described the technique used and the results of two phases through a single green filter. So this presentation is going to build on that and talk about studying it to three colors, red, green, and blue, at a single phase. So Wayne, you're on deck. If you would, go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay, let's see if I can get this right. Entire screen. Let's see. Let's use that. Let's see. Doesn't want to do anything on there.
Looks like something's loading.
Okay. That looks like it's good now. It's loading slow for me anyway. I want to do slideshow. F5. There.
Perfect.
Looks like it's got it now. Okay. You should be seeing my display now. Is that right?
Yep, yep. It looks good, Wayne. You're all set.
Okay. That says nothing. Jim already said most of what's on here already. This is a continuation of what I did last year. What I'm talking about today is only going to be around the Mare Tranquillitatis region. 3 filters, Orion 38A blue, 58 green, and 25 red filters for red, green, blue. It's the same telescope I've used in the past. Compared to last year's presentation at the meeting, I was doing the polarization through individual polarizing filters. Since then, and for the TLO paper, I've gotten a polarization camera, QHY550P, and this one's using the polarization camera. It's pretty much the same processing and all as in the TLO paper. Done 30 images in each filter. No sharpening or quality selection. They're stacked, but they're not aligned and stacked. Otherwise, no processing on them at all. I didn't want to get into the possibility of introducing artifacts into the processing. I don't see any inherent reason why you couldn't, and that'll probably be the next step. But I just didn't want to fool with it right now. The one caveat there is, in order to do any processing, the original images are all 4 polarization planes in one image, similar to a RGB color image, except you've got 4 instead of 3. In order to do the processing, you don't want to mix those 4, so you've got to separate the 4 polarization planes first, and then process each one of them exactly the same. It's very important that you do things exactly the same, particularly 0 point on this, because you're looking at very small effects, and a small error in 0 point in the individual pixels can give you pretty large errors. Just as a review of things I've talked about before, the degree of polarization varies with wavelength, and the angle of polarization also. That's already known. For astronomical objects, the degree of polarization is usually small. For the moon, it's in the order of 10%. That's a fairly high polarization for the moon. I've gotten some polarization images of Jupiter and Saturn, and it's known that there are things to see at the polar regions. I don't know much more about it than that. And you can see some effect in the polar region, the images I got, but they're not particularly good, so I haven't done any more with them. I may try that again later. The cause of the polarization, we've gone through this before. You'd kind of expect the index of refraction to vary with the polarization to vary with wavelength, because index refraction varies with wavelength. And the different index of refraction of different polarization planes is what causes the polarization. For the moon, polarization is known to decrease with increasing wavelength in general. One thing they want to look at is whether that's simply a general result for the moon, or whether it actually varies from place to place. Most of the polarization results, the recent results that I've been able to find, deal with integrated moonlight. They're really aimed at the idea of using the moon as a photometric calibration for spacecraft, and they want to try to avoid polarization effects. So they want the integrated light. They haven't really looked at, as far as I can tell, they haven't really looked at variations across the surface. This image really basically just illustrates what the problem is. The top row are the blue, green, red images in the polarization, degree of polarization. These are processed now. So they've already been separated and processed for the polarization. So the degree of polarization through the three different filters. You can see, and they're scaled to where it's the maximum degree of polarization is actually set the same on the intensity scale in the images. So you see the red is darker than the blue. That's because the maximum polarization in the blue is at 23%. In the red, it's only 15%. Total black in those images would be 0. The angle of polarization, the three images below that corresponding to those. This is a little more difficult to interpret from just looking at an intensity image. There's a problem because the intensity, the angle is determined in the 0 to 180 degree range. That means that for angles near 0 or 180 degrees, if you change them just a little bit one way or the other, they jump 180 degrees. So you get kind of weird histograms. You could modify that and optimize it by actually adjusting what you're displaying, but that gets into modulus arithmetic and such. I haven't done that yet. These images are all displayed in the range of 156 to 180 degrees angle. And the angle is measured. The 0 point is to the right in the images, east on the moon, increasing counterclockwise to the north. In the mathematical sense, you'd measure degrees, measure angles. Not in the sense you'd measure position angle, which would be north, measured to the right, measured clockwise. So 156 to 180 degrees is almost horizontal. The polarization plane is almost horizontal, somewhat from the upper left to lower right, down to horizontal. Some of the regions are total black. That's where you run into the problems with the crossing, the 180 degree and 0 lines. Below that is just an intensity image. That's an RGB image actually, taking the intensity, combining all three polarizations and combining the colors into an RGB image, and then the colors or the color saturation is increased. That's simply for context to see what you're looking at. Basically, you see what's already known. The smooth areas are more polarized than the rough areas. You can see structure in the craters and all here. If you look carefully, it's hard to see on these. It's much easier to look at the original images. You can actually see some of the structure in the Moria. One of the interesting parts is Proclus and its rays around here to the right. You're going to see the rays showing up. They're rather difficult to look at, to compare. There's not enough difference between them. So try to look at different ways to look at the same thing. Try taking difference images. Now I've got 3 different colors. They monotonically seem to decrease from blue to red. So I've left out the green here. I haven't bothered with it, just to let the images be a little bit bigger. I've left the green images out and only did the blue-red comparisons. Whoops. The left, let's see. The left-hand column of images, well, the bottom one's just a green image, an image through a green filter for context. The top left is a blue minus red, and I've subtracted them with the blue and the red both set to the same maximum degree of polarization. So where it's brightest it's bright in the blue, whereas dark is it's darker in the blue, more relatively more bright in the red. If instead of that you scale the images to the same peak intensity, so the raise the red intensity, the peak to correspond to, I think it was a 15% polarization, and that same intensity point, peak intensity, corresponds to 23% in the blue. So you're kind of measuring how the differences vary across. You get the right column, which doesn't show anywhere near as much detail. You see some variations. The smallest scale, I'm not entirely sure, isn't noise. You see a few variations, like darker streaks through the Maria here in places. You see the comparison between well, you see the general. Blue is more polarized than red. This is the same thing with the what I didn't say was I didn't show the red minus blue. You know, this is blue. This top one is blue minus red. Red minus blue will inverts it. With a difference, you run into a problem that when you subtract the images showing them on a JPEG image, if the number goes negative, it shows 0. So in order to get possibilities where the red might be brighter than the blue, you've got to subtract blue from red. When you do that for the same degree of polarization scale, basically it turns out it's solid black. There's a little bit of variation. You wouldn't be able to see it if I displayed it here. There's a little bit of variation. Again, I'm not entirely sure, it's just noise. But I didn't bother displaying that image. This is the same thing, but for the polarization angle. The blue minus red, red minus blue, and a context image. Shows how the angle changes in the two colors. Much less variation there, although you still can see some variations. Another way of looking at it, instead of doing this difference, would be to look at the ratio of the blue to the red. And again, if you divide blue by red, where they're the same, you get an intensity of 1. But the increasing blue gets stretched to increasing numbers. The regions where it's more red actually gets compressed because you can't get down to 0. So again, you need to invert it to really see both ways. Here I've done that, setting it 2 different ways. The context image is on the right here. I'll jump ahead a little bit and say the ratio of angles, as far as I can tell, is meaningless. I don't see any real point to trying to take ratios of angles, so I only did it for the degree of polarization. What do I want to say here? The top row, is the different ranges of polarization. The intensity scale is set to show the best I could do with seeing details in the images. The polarization range, the ratio range in the blue to red image is 0.7 to 3.0. The brightest would be blue, is 3 times more polarized than red. The faintest, the blackest would be the blues, only 70% of the red. Invert that, and I've used a different range, 0.2 to 1.2. This one, the middle one, the red is where it's brighter, is more red than blue. But since the range is different, it's a little bit hard to tell what you're looking at. And in order to display it nicely, the ratio 1, which would be where they're the same, where you really ought to be matching these up. For the blue, the red, it's an intensity of 33 out of the 255 on an 8-bit image. On the red to blue, ratio 1 is a 204, very, very bright. So it's kind of hard to tell what you're looking at on these two images. If you scale them to where ratio 1 is at the same value, in this case, I've set both, so that the ratio 1 is at intensity 102. And that's just the way it came out. No particular reason for that except that it looked good. You get the same and set it to the same range. You know, so there's a lot more blue in the left image. There's a lot of bright pixels where the blue is greater than the red. And the one where you're emphasizing the red greater than the blue, the image is almost black, which again just agrees with the fact that basically polarization increases to the blue. You see, though, it looks like the rate of increase does vary some. So there apparently is something to look at there. The third way I tried looking at it, and this really is basically a qualitative look just to see if maybe you could recognize things better, is to turn the 3 polarization images into RGB images. The upper left one is degree of polarization. A straight RGB image just matched the intensities. You can see a little bit of variation in the color. It's pretty hard to see. If you increase the saturation, again, you'll see the blue effect. It gets brighter to the blue, more polarization in general to the blue. Some regions appear to be a little bit more intense blue than others. Again, there's probably a little bit of variation, and it would probably be worthwhile to look at larger scale images, and processing them to increase the resolution may help too. That, as I said, is something I haven't done yet. I was a little bit leery about trying that yet. The bottom images show the same thing for angle polarization. You see the angle varies. Some you get with the enhanced saturation. You can see this is swinging the polarization back and forth a bit in various areas. Again, it looks like there's something to look there. I'm not going to try and interpret that in any kind of physical way at this point. It's a little bit beyond me. I can probably do if I look into it enough, but at this point, I'm a little bit. The interpretation is a bit beyond me. I really want to look more details into what there is to see. So, just in summary, for this, we do see that the low lunar polarization varies with wavelength. Generally, the degree of polarization increases with decreasing wavelength. It increases to the blue. I tried several methods to view the results, trying to see what the easiest ways are to look at it. You can always look at the original fit images and just get the numbers. But I've been looking to try at ways to try to visualize it easily. I've already mentioned these individual ones. They're the simplest to interpret, but because you haven't done anything weird to the positive, negative changes and all. But they're very, very hard to compare. There aren't much difference between them. Difference images, the modulus 180 arithmetic problem for the angle images caused some problems for that. But there's probably surmountable. In order to get both increases and decreases, you've got to do both directions of subtracting. Ratio images, angle images, I don't know how you'd interpret them. I don't know really what that would tell you. The ratio would be dependent on the value. And the 180 degree problem still holds. For the degree of polarization, ratio works good for positive ratios where you're increasing, but it compresses the negative ratio, the negative ratios, the ones less than 1. You can solve that by doing two images, invert them. And color images, they look kind of nice for a quick look, but I don't know of any way to get a direct real numbers out of those. They do give you an viewpoint of of where the changes may be and what might be interesting to look at in more detail. So that's everything I have to say right now. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Wayne. Does anybody have any questions?
I
Richard?
do.
Oh, okay.
Could you possibly give a how you got all the data? You know how we have our own like image processing tutorials. Jim, this would be an excellent one to give as to how you go about processing each image and getting the data, you know, step by step. That would be really helpful. Wayne.
That was described in the TLO article to some extent. I don't know. I don't remember now how much detail I went into. I think I went into enough that you could figure it out. One of the problems with with the polarization cameras now in particular, is that there is no good software that does everything. You got to kind of fuse together things. What I do, I actually capture the images in maximum DL. I capture Fitz images. Capturing, for the talk last year, I was using video images as well as Fitz images, and stacking them. And you could use SER videos that don't do compression, and you could put 16-bit images into those. But I don't know of any way to extract individual frames. In order to do the stacking, you've got to separate the four planes first into four separate images for every frame. I don't know of any software that does that. I tried contacting the author of Astro Stack Art to say since they do color imaging, I feel, well, they're probably already debayering the images. It's just a matter of, instead of combining the two green pixels into one, you got to keep all four separate. As far as I can tell, it turns out they don't actually debayer it in doing the stacking. They got some fancy way of getting around that. And basically, he never answered. So apparently he's not interested.
All right, thank you.
I capture the images in Maxim DL. Maxim DL has a capability to debayer the images all four ways. You can do it any way you want. I've got a app that the AVSO had actually done for color images for photometry that I modified to extract all four polarization planes in Maxim DL. And then you have to stack the four. I actually use Astro Stack Art to stack each of the four planes separately. Then go back to Maxim DL. Actually, I said Astro Stack Art, I stack them also. Then you've got to go to one of the programs I found was an old program from, I think it was Christian Buell, Iris, from the old photometry days. It has a polarization capability in it. It has the capability to produce the polarization images. And I use that to produce the degree of polarization and angle of polarization images. It also has a capability to produce images that will show you arrows that show the direction of polarization with the length corresponding to the degree of polarization. But I haven't found those very useful. There's not enough variation.
Okay.
Get back to those images, and that's what you're seeing here. Then I use Maxim DL or Photoshop to combine them into what I want. So
Richard Smoody, did you have a question as well? I'm sorry.
Probably more just a comment. I did some whole disk Mars polarization just with photometer and polarizer, and as I recall, the blue polarization was bigger than the red, so the polarization does go down with wavelength, which is in agreement with which you had for
Yeah.
the moon. That's about the only comment I have.
Okay. Yeah, my only comment on that, and you've actually probably you're doing full disk polarization then with a photometer, right? Not trying to isolate individual features.
And
Is that right, Richard?
that's possible. Yes. I'm just whole
Yeah.
disk. Now, moon, I can actually do some features if I wanted to.
Okay.
But
You had
that's so big.
for using a polarizing filter, you've actually got a little bit easier problem than you do with a TCD camera.
Yeah.
On the 0 point. So you actually have a bit of an advantage there. The calibration is really critical to getting it right, because the number you get a huge cancellation. You're subtracting one polarization from another.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, you're right.
No.
You get maybe a 2% polarization, really.
Yeah. So you get 100 of image with a signal to noise ratio of 100 and subtract another one with a signal to noise ratio of 100. By the time you get down to 2%, you've got a much lower signal noise ratio.
It's true.
All righty. Well, Wayne, thank you again. Appreciate the presentation. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next presenter, who is asking, do we need new lunar terms? So Albert Annunziato is an amateur astronomer. He has a passion for lunar observing and study. He serves as the assistant coordinator of the Lunar Topographic Study section of the ALPO, and he's the invaluable assistant to David Teskey in making the lunar section one of the most active in the ALPO. He's a frequent contributor to the TLO since 2015. And Alberto also serves as the coordinator of the lunar section of the Liga Iberoamericana de Astronomía. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly.
Yes.
So, as I mentioned, his presentation today, he wants to discuss how the act of observing is related to the observer's prior knowledge, which in turn is going to determine the selection of the essential information that he or she is going to record. So Alberto argues that, a brief historical overview of the stages of lunar observation, some new terms might be helpful to aid in the observation of small selenographic features. So Alberto, if you will take it away, we're all ears.
Well, thank you. Thank you, my friend. It's a great honor to be here. First of all, I apologize for reading my presentation, but it seems to me the best solution for my very poor English pronunciation. Yes, share. And then it's okay? It's
Perfect, Alberto. You got it.
okay. Well, do we need new lunar terms to improve observation? Our knowledge of the moon continues to grow, and new terms continue to emerge to designate selenographic features that present certain peculiarities that merit more detailed study. As an introduction, we will look at some examples of how terms, as part of a taxonomy, improve observation. The scientific term has a unique relationship with the concept it identifies. Each concept corresponds to a word, a term. The introduction of new concept terms allow us to specify what is observed, generate distinctions in the observed reality that didn't exist before, and normalize reports facilitating the communication. One could think that the first or the second observation of the moon with a telescope by Galileo Galilei, documented in the book Sidereus Nuncius, Sidereal Messages, or the message from the stars, was pure sensory data without theory. That wasn't the case. There was a prior debate about the nature of the moon between the Ptolemaic conception of a moon as one more celestial body, a perfect sphere made of glass or fire, and the dark spots, what they call the phase that is seen on the moon, were explained as visual defects of the observers, reflection of the terrestrial seas, or other similar hypotheses. The other paradigm, the minority one, was that of a moon as a different body from the others, a body similar to the Earth, based on a book written by the ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch of Chaeronea called On the Visible Face of the Moon. The most astonishing thing about Plutarch's work is the observational proof of a moon similar to Earth and therefore habitable. The proof was that the terminator is irregular and that, quote, the places where the light and shade meet assume the appearance of height and depth. This insightful statement made from simple eye observation is remarkable. Indeed, we have a depth to Plutarch because the observations by Galileo tried to test the theory of Plutarch, as evidenced by the fact that Galileo knew the text. In fact, he was accused of plagiarizing Plutarch based on the text analysis of the Sidereus Nuncius, comparing it with the Latin translation of the Greek text. They were very similar. On Sidereus Nuncius, Galileo makes a description of the lunar surface, quote, not perfectly smooth, but full of inequalities, just like the surface of the Earth itself. Galileo states two proofs of the existence of elevation and depressions on the moon. The first is a verification of what was stated by Plutarch. The terminator is unequal. The second proof is original from Galileo, the presence of bright points in the dark part near the terminator, which he correctly interpreted as the highest points that receive the first rays of the sun at dawn, by analogy with Earth. Galileo searched only the proof of the theory by Plutarch. There are no direct description of the mountains or other lunar features, but was the first to indicate the most common selenographic formations. Galileo referred to what we know today as craters as new spots to differentiate them from old spots, that is, from the spots visible to the naked eye, that is, the Maria. Following Galileo's example, later selenographers began to describe the surface of the moon freely using terms deduced from the analogy with the Earth's surface, such as mountains, valleys, islands, and seas. But they didn't have terms to describe the features characteristics of the moon, so they didn't record them. Nearly 2 centuries of lunar observations were framed within this framework of totality. It was the German Johannes Roeder who made a shift in focus in his fragment of selenography. He recorded observation of a specific sector of the moon. He was the first to recognize irregularities on the surface of the Maria, such as wrinkled ridges, the first to record details on the edges of craters, and the first to add highly detailed information about the recorded topography to his drawings. At the end of the 18th century, there was no coherent lunar topographic taxonomy. In fact, Schroeder was the first to use the term crater to identify the most common lunar feature, which was often referred to mountain rings, for example, because craters were not part of the Earth's landscape, so they didn't record the details that any telescope, even in those times, any telescope captures, such as central peaks and details on the walls. Crater was a purely observational term with no geological connotation. It was an arbitrary but effective nomenclature since, even though little or nothing was known about the process of crater formation, observation progressed in detail and topographical features began to be recorded. The microtopographic approach lasted for more than a century and dominated lunar studies, increasing our knowledge. However, details eventually prevail, conspiring against the overall view, as we see in the map on the left. The exhaustion of the microtopographic model at the end of the 19th century brought with it the need to find more general patterns in this apparent chaos. But the detailed information accumulated by selenographers, mostly amateurs, allowed to move to a larger perspective when Gilbert distinguished the first basin in 1893. Now, current conditions are favorable to a return to observing the smallest features, increasing powerful cameras, images from probes in lunar orbiter, lunar reconnaissance orbiter data available to everyone, and in the not too distant future, we will have images from the surface itself or from low-flying flights. Are we conceptually prepared to observe geological formations hundreds of meters wide, by example? Do we need new terms for them? All astronomical observation requires a degree of selectivity. From what we see, what is important to record or analyze? Will introducing new terms help to select the essentials? For the classical and positivist approach, theory is completely independent of observation. This is a somewhat naive approach. It would not matter how much the observer knows, he just records what he sees without selecting. At the other extreme, we have theories such as that of Thomas Kuhn, and at the center we have the theory of the theoretical burden of observation. The identification of objects and their properties and relationships depend both on sensory stimulation and a prior framework of conceptual references. The consequences of the theoretical burden of observation are theory makes observation possible, and learning is fundamental to observation. Within this conceptual framework are Fred Dresky's studies on vision and observation. This author distinguishes between sensory perception, a way of seeing that doesn't not imply necessarily knowing what is seen. For example, Galileo seeing a new spot without knowing that it's a crater, and cognitive perception, a way of seeing that implies knowing what is seen. Schroeter or us recognizing a crater when we see it. In other words, experience and knowledge do improve perception. In this case, the order would be providing a conceptual framework, creating the term crater, helps to group similar selenographic features and record their structure. Observation using this conceptual framework then improve, and eventually their repetition supports or modifies this conceptual framework, which evolves from observational, by shape, to geological, the current concept of an impact crater determined by the origin and formation process. Well, I would like to present some proposals for new selenographic terms that may be useful. They are purely observational, as was the term crater when it was introduced more than 2 centuries ago. We see in the image on the left how the wrinkled ridges on the moon are depicted, are imaged in the scientific studies. And on the right, what they actually look like. In the accepted terminology, the arch is the lowest, wide, and slightly elevated component. The arch has 2 different distinct slopes, a gentle slope and a steep slope. And the accepted terminology of wrinkled ridges states that the crest is the uppermost component, steep and narrow, and can be located in different ways, in the margin or in echelon. Now, the new terms proposed. The crest ran occasionally in the center of the arch, central crest, Within the arch, there may be very gentle, elongated elevations that run parallel to the measured axis of the arch, that is, the gradients. This elevation may also appear isolated within the arch or as part of a gradient, isolated elevations. These elevations within the arch are very gentle, unlike the crest. Another term I propose, central hollow, that is a depression in the terrain within an arch with a concave shape. Bifurcation, a secondary segment of the arch, and parallel to the main crest, sometimes there are secondary crests, and when the crest appears outside the arch, we have an isolated crest. Another new term. Oblique impacts produce elongated craters. Within the oblique craters, there is a small minority that have an elongated central elevation, which is quite similar in 3 of the 4 craters we see in the image. All 3 are very elongated craters in which the central elevation occupies only part of the floor, being visually prominent but not very elevated. The 4th crater at the lower right is also an oblique crater, but much smaller, 7 kilometers long and 3.5 kilometers wide, with the central elevation occupying practically the entire floor, the whole floor. This was the crater at the lower right, Piazzismi V, that sparked my curiosity about oblique craters with central elevations, and comparing it with the others in its group makes the topography of this small crater even stranger. I think it's interesting to search for similar craters, that is, oblique craters with a central elevation that we provisionally propose to call a central spine. Now, I invite you to look at the moon at close range, a landscape quite different from the one we observe with the telescope, a landscape of the small. I invite you to make an observational analysis of the video of a probe descending on the lunar surface, the camera on board the Indian lander Vikram, descending near the Mancinus U crater on August 23, 2023. There are some features that are best known. This is a most typical panorama, a random of series of small craters, but the arrow marks a non-so-random crater clusters, as we see later. A recent crater with bright ejecta clearly indicating an oblique, no. Several chains of very evident craters are seen, such as the marked with the inferior arrow, while the superior arrow shows a crater evidently younger than the others, surrounded by this bright ejecta of fresh material. Another recent crater with bright ejecta clearly indicating an oblique impact. And now, what is the origin of the strange shape of the crater we see here? And the crater we mark with arrow 1 is similar to the previous one. And what we mark with arrow 2 could well be a concentric crater. Well, Danny Case, on the splendid website The Moon, lists what he called curious craterlet clusters and odd small depressions. Among them, there are several formations that appear to be depressions or very oddly shaped elongated craters. Below, we see a selection of formations that Case classifies and that are very similar to those seen in some of the Vikram images. In this case, we have no idea what is the origin of these very similar formations. However, I find it interesting to compile images of these comet-shaped craters and give them a unifying arbitrary term so we can recognize them while we wait for a geological explanation. Well, this is a risky hypothesis. The image shows the area north of Mare Imbrium, and the dots mark the location of crater clusters, areas that are more densely cratered than the rest. It seems unlikely that these crater clusters are the result of random accumulation of impact craters, nor could they be explained as the result of the fragmentation of a meteorite by the gravitational attraction of the Moon, which would be the case of the catenae or chains of craters. The arrangement of craters in a chain is completely different from that of these craters, as we see in the images of crater chains at the bottom and the right. Furthermore, the craters in a chain overlap each other, while the craters in these clusters almost never overlap. There is a well-known example of grouping of separate impact craters called Gruithuisen mob we see on the image up and left. Could this cluster be formed by a meteorite composed of a disaggregated clump of debris? Yes, but why so many crater clusters accumulate in this particular area, north of Mare Imbrium? In all of these crater clusters, there appear to be one or more larger craters between 1 and 2 kilometers in diameter, and a majority of smaller craters with a diameter of 500 meters or less. There is a possible explanation, but quite bold, proposed by Gilbert Fielder, who describes a new mechanism for the formation of small craters that implies the ascent of liquid magmas, the explosion of the contained gases into the vacuum, and the formation of small craters together with the collapse of some of the regolith. Fielder calls these craters endocraters, and unlike impact craters, their distribution is not random but depends on the surface conditions. Fielder is a very controversial author with a volcanist and a very recent volcanist background, but his theory could be useful to explain, or not, the proliferation of crater clusters in areas such as Mare Imbrium. Beyond that controversial theory, it is certain that this is a peculiar formation that deserves analysis. We propose the term crater cluster to refine the observations and identify them for a new study. Final words. We believe that theory improves observation, and that it is possible that new provisional terms can improve our observations. We hope that the brief glossary of terms referring to the topography of complex wrinkle ridges will be useful, at least to generate a discussion. Grouping craters with the central spines may be an interesting comparative analysis, no more than that. Two risky hypotheses that there are craters or depressions that have a peculiar origin reflected in their shape, in what we call comet-shaped craters, or that crater clusters have a cause other than random impact, deserve at least a search and inventory of this rare formation, beyond any opinion about their hypothetical origin. And well, I thank you very much for the honor of being here with you.
Well, thank you, Alberto, for an interesting, thought-provoking presentation there in terms of, trying to come up with some new names for features that we're seeing. So, folks, anyone have any follow-up questions for Alberto and his presentation here?
Question.
Go ahead, Roy.
Hi, hey, great talk. Interesting to hear the prospect of new features. I'm curious, how would an outfit like the International Astronomical Union take this on? I mean, they seem to be the arbiter of objects and features, and they have a certain pattern to how they name things. you start introducing new terms, does one have to run it by them, get their approval?
No, it is simply to provoke attention about these features that I made this long preamble about selectivity and the mental framework prior to the observation, because if we wouldn't notice that there is, for example, a certain topography in the arch of the wrinkled ridges, we very possibly we didn't notice during the observation. I am a visual observer, and this is crucial. The conceptual framework is crucial for the visual observation, and not only to register what we see, but in order to avoid theory bias, no? Because we see what we wanted to see. But I know that today the observation is photographic, but also in the photographic observation has obviously is superior in which in a sense that no amount of data is lost in the process, because if you do an visual observation and we resist and we make a drawing, what we didn't draw, it's lost. Nothing is lost in the photographic observation, because the data is there. But also there is a certain amount of selectivity, because we see in the analysis of the photographic images what we are able to see or we wanted to see. Of course, what I propose is another look to photographic images, but I didn't I don't pretend to create new terms, only to make a signal on those features that are very small and often neglected. I don't know
So-
if I was clear.
So you are just looking for common usage terms. You're not looking for IAU acceptance of these terms.
No. Just to focus observation.
I don't know.
Uh,
I know who he is, but I don't know who he is. I see his name.
I know that as crater was an observational, an arbitrary term, these are observational terms. I'm not a geologist, so I don't know if they are correct, but they could be useful in order to record this record or to notice these small features. And I don't know, maybe it is a geological reason for that, and maybe not. Certainly, there is a difference between the macro topography of the wrinkled ridge that is there. There's no doubt of that. Also, with the central elevation of oblique craters is there. The other two hypotheses are it's a I don't know, it's a joyful hypothesis. I don't know what I wish to make more. I wish to point attention about these oddly depressions, very tiny, that I call comet shape. Obviously, this is not a scientific term. And crater clusters, I don't know. I don't know what is the cause of the origin of this formation, but they are there, and it is interesting to know more about it.
Have you talked to Chuck Wood about any of this, any of these ideas? Because he's on the nomenclature committee.
I would present a brief test about the first example, the topography of wrinkled ridges, which is a subject I frequently discuss in the Lunar Observer and to the journal of ALPO. And the suggestion of the editor is to contact some experts as Robert Garfinkel, Chad Wood, and Kwok Pao. And I will humbly ask for an opinion. I'm a little frightened, but I will.
Oh no, not to be frightened by Chuck Wood. He's very approachable.
Perfect.
He loves to talk about the subject. He too, like me, he's from Lunar and Planetary Lab here, University of Arizona, and so I got to know him a little bit. But he's very approachable. I really recommend discussing this idea with him, and it may give it some more impetus to be accepted.
Thank you. I certainly will.
All righty. Any other questions? Steve, did you have a question?
I've got one.
I did have one, but as soon as I thought of it, David put a link in there, so I see the write-up in
the
TLO. So Alberto, that was a very interesting touch on the historical elements of this. I'm always curious about the time of Galileo and some of the changes that took place, as you suggest, just because of terminology and the the onset of new technology like the telescope, which sort of literally opened up everything. So I'll do some more reading on that. I appreciate the coverage you've given of it. Thank you.
All righty.
Thank you.
So,
Alberto, I got a question.
Okay, Craig, go ahead.
Well, not so much a question, but a comment. Just give you encouragement in your work, because for things like the linear ridge and oblique plate craters and things like this, it reminds me of, I was part of John Westfall's lunar dome survey decades ago, that he was just trying to come up with a visual classification of lunar domes without any idea of exactly what's causing them, but just the idea if you could classify, does it have a central pit? Does it not have a central pit? What's the average slope? And then now you look at the lunar dome section now, and they are able to use that information and run with it to come up with geological explanations and things like that. And so, yeah, I'm all for you doing these kind of raising these issues and maybe doing just a basic classification of what they look like and turn that over to the people that can do the geology on it.
Thank you. Amazing and very exactly example. Yes. There is a big distance between me and, but yes, that's what I propose.
Excellent. Great presentation, Alberto. Thank you so much. Alrighty, that will bring us to our final speaker of this conference, John O'Neill, who is also known as the North Carolina Stargazer, is currently serving as the ALPO Eclipse Section Coordinator and has been imaging the sun for more than a decade. He also writes articles for Astro magazines and is an associate editor for Amateur Astronomy magazine, where he writes recurring features and articles about solar astronomy, does tutorials, some DIY stuff, and as well as providing astronomy gear reviews. In his presentation this afternoon, John's going to familiarize us with his ML Astro SHG 7000 spectroheliograph. That's a mouthful. And talk about how it works. He's going to include some images taken by the device and demonstrate the remarkable capabilities and outputs of the SGH 700. So John, if you would please fire up your PowerPoint and take us away.
All right. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Entire screen. Click that. Share. And start from first slide.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Great. So first thing I want to say is I want to give a big shout out to Tim and Jim and all the presenters here today and yesterday. My gosh, I've learned so much in the last 2 days. And for anybody behind the scenes that we haven't been recognizing publicly, thanks everybody involved for putting on a great show. So with that, I'll begin. The title of my presentation, as you can see on this slide, is Spectroheliography and the ML Astro 700. With the subtitle, Introducing a Revolution in Solar Astronomy. I've been an amateur astronomer since my teens. I'm 70 years old now, so I've been around for a minute. And I've been doing solar imaging for the last dozens of years. And I have never seen anything change the face of solar astronomy in my time as this little unit does. You can see my ML Astro SHG 700 in the top right image in the frame. And below that, you can see an image I did, I believe, in sodium. And to the right of it, you can actually see the spectrum of the object. And before I go any further, I'd also like to say thank you to my Canadian friend. His name is Wah, W-A-H. Most people just call him Wah, for allowing me to use some of his images. And I'd also like to thank John Gleason and Larry Alvarez for allowing me to share some of their images as well. So far, I've presented this talk at the Winter Star Party in Florida in February, at NEAC in April, and at 5 different clubs in my local area in North Carolina. There's a real lot of interest in this little device. And first thing I got to tell you, it's not a visual device. You can't look through this device and see anything. It's 100% photographic. It works by scanning the sun across a slit and creating thousands upon thousands. I usually create about 3,000 images, slit images. And as soon as you finish scanning the sun, your component slit images are all sent to a program called JSOLEX, where they are compiled into a disk and create an image like you see on the top right of the slide and the bottom right of the slide. And it creates a whole bunch of images almost instantly after you scan the sun across the disk. The original SolX, as it was called, was created by Christian Bell. I'm sure a lot of you probably heard of him. He's from France, and he's been involved in spectroscopy and spectroheliography for many years. And he designed a 3D printed device that you could 3D print out on your very own 3D printer at home and print this thing out and assemble it and capture spectroheliographs with it. Although that was a wonderful idea and got this whole ball of wax working, taking 3D printed plastic devices out and sitting them in the bright sunlight doesn't do them very well. And a lot of people were having troubles. Some didn't, some did. I guess maybe it depended on how you printed it, what plastics you used. But the first devices had some problems. There's a gentleman, an engineer from Vietnam. His name's Min Trong Nguyen. I don't know how to say his last name. I'm sorry. But he bought one and he assembled it, or he printed one, assembled it, and took it outside, and he liked it, but he was having problems with the 3D printed material. And his ultimate goal was to have a device that could be operated remotely. So he set out to redesign the Solex and came up with what you see in the top left frame, the ML Astro SHG 700. The 700 relates to the focal length of the unit. You can use it with the telescope up to 700 millimeters, ideally. I use it with a 714 millimeter scope and it works, but I have very little area on each side of my image that I have to make sure I keep an eye on because it's very close to the images at the end of the sensor. And here's what the unit looks like with the cover off. So last year when Min announced that he was producing these spectroheliographs in Vietnam and he was going to be selling them for $800, I contacted him and I talked to him quite a bit because I'm not used to sending that amount of money to foreign countries, and I was a little nervous, but he quickly reassured me, and I could tell just through talking to him, he was an honorable dude and I needed to send him some money. So I sent him the money last fall, and I think it was 3 days before Christmas, my unit arrived. And of course, it sat on my shelf for 3 weeks before I finally got a clear day. You got to pay the gods, you know. So I think there we go. Okay, so I'm going to explain very quickly the components of this SHG 700. The very first, if you look at the picture at the bottom on the right, that's where you insert the unit into a telescope, and your slit is right there. You remove that little cap, stick that thing into the scope, and you got a slit that's 7 millimeters wide and 7 microns tall, which is extremely thin. That's like 3/10,000ths of an inch is how wide the slit is. And the 7 millimeter wide slit will allow you to use up to a 700 millimeter scope. And I can tell you right now, Min's working on a 10 millimeter wide slit. So with people with 1,000 millimeter telescopes can start using one of these too. The slit, conventional slits and spectroheliographs were pretty much made with razor blades. And you had to get a little screwdriver and separate them razor blades and try to get them to within 7 microns apart, which is not an easy task with a couple of razor blades bolted down to a plate with their edges facing each other. Another thing is those metallic razor blades can build up friction and cause dust to be attracted to them. And so the conventional slits that have been used in spectroheliographs for years and years didn't seem like a very good idea. So he took a piece of quartz glass, and quartz glass is much less susceptible to expansion than a simple razor blade. So you can allow these things to be subjected to quite a bit of heat without any noticeable aberrations in size. So he uses a lithography process on the quartz glass and puts down a layer like a film, and then that's laser etched at 7 microns to make this slit work. And I use mine with a 4-inch scope. I've had it sitting there facing the sun for several hours at a time with absolutely no filtration, and it works great. Next are the 2 lenses. There's one on the collimator side and one on the camera side of the scope. They're 75 millimeter f3.4 4-element lenses, and he's included an iris in them lenses because it looks like maybe in the future that will be able to be used, and it can also be used for doing nighttime spectroscopy. And I failed to mention earlier, you can purchase this unit for $800 and then buy an additional adapter to hook to it to do stellar spectroheliography as well. I don't know what that costs. I should have looked it up, but I didn't. But anyways, that feature is available in case anybody wants to get into nighttime spectroscopy with this unit. The other major component is the diffraction grating. It's a 1200 line per inch, 25 millimeter square, 6 millimeter thick holographic grating. And I got to tell everybody, if you're interested in this and you go buy one, whatever you do, never, ever, ever, ever touch the grating. The minerals, grease, anything on your fingers, if you touch that, you might as well don't even try to clean it, just take it out and replace it. And they're going to cost a couple $100. So it's not a good idea to touch it, but that's that. Another important consideration with the SHG 700 is it's recommended that you keep that grating under 60% humidity. Where I live in North Carolina, we haven't had a day under 60% humidity in the last 15 days. So it's kind of difficult sometimes to keep this thing in a humidity controlled environment. So what I did is bought a case that's got the little humidity thing in it, and I keep this filled with desiccant packs. So anytime it's not actually on the telescope, it's in this humidity controlled case inside the house. I won't even leave it out in the observatory because I'm nervous about ruining it with the humidity. It's terrible around here. Matter of fact, the last 5 days, it's been over 75% humidity here in the Carolinas. Another thing I got to tell you about this is there is a learning curve. Just like when we all started out in astronomy so many years ago and we had to learn about Dahl's limit and magnification and focal length and focal ratios and all that important stuff that we don't even think of anymore. It's just in our heads now. And when you start getting into spectroheliography, you have to learn about spectral lines and spatial resolutions and things that we may not have ever been concerned about with nighttime astronomy, but we're going to have to learn that stuff to use a spectroheliograph. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with PixInsight, and I've had it for over a year and I still feel like I'm a rank beginner with it. So I would say that the difficulty of learning PixInsight is probably, let's say, a 10 for the example on my chart. Learning to use the SHG 700 is maybe a 2, a 2.5. But the one thing I've learned is if you read the manual, if you watch a couple videos, you're going to learn a lot about it. And pretty soon you're going to be able to take this thing outside and put it on your telescope and look at a spectral line on your graph and know what you're looking at. It's just like anything else in astronomy. You have to spend a little bit of time to get used to it. This is what the hydrogen alpha absorption line looks like in my Lunt 102 at 714 millimeters. So you can see the spectrum goes almost touching the edge of the image. So if I had listened to the rules and bought a telescope under 700 millimeters, I'd have had plenty of room to play with there, but I didn't listen, and now I have very little room to play with. So I have to be a little more precise in setting the unit up. But basically the unit works by, well, first let me explain what you're seeing in this graph is an image of the slit on the center of the sun. So you basically move the sun and deck down out of the image, start your camera, and then reverse your declination motion and scan the sun back across the slit until you get a complete scan and you're done. That part is really that simple. And as soon as you scan that first image, you open JSOLEX, whoops. And this is the screen you see. And there you see in the center of the image, you see your scanned image. Now, all down the left side of the frame here, you see a whole bunch of options. So you can see there's raw images, raw processed images, solar disk, continuum, Doppler image, negative image, colorized H alpha images, mixed images, all sorts of options there. On the right is a list of parameters. This is everything that the program did to take all those little slit images that you captured and turn them into that particular disk. So by clicking on the objects on the left side menu, you create different images. This is called the technical card. And I really like this, and I think ALPO members will like this. For those of us who submit images, we have to always go in and put our information on the images. This does all that for us, which I think is really nice. And I think I have a close-up here. So there's my name, date, time, UTC, ML Astro SHG 700, what wavelength I was at, 65, 62.81 angstroms. Well, this particular image was shot with an Orion Eon ED80 at 500 millimeters focal length, 800 millimeters aperture, and a ZW ASI 174 mm camera. So it lists all that information right there on the image for you. On the other side of the image, it will show you some additional information. P is the position angle. So that if any of you ever heard of the tilting sun, this kind of recreates that on your image. So it knows what time of day that you're imaging and your latitude and longitude. So it can tell you which way the sun is tilted and create a grid, which a lot of people use for sunspot recording and such things as that. The BG, I think that's just a relationship to brightness, which LO is also, it's a luminance of the sun. And of course, it records the Carrington rotation, which when I shot this, we were in 2292. And I think we might still be in that. Or we might be in the next one by now. This was shot back in January, I believe. But that I think that's really cool that in that one image, you can put all that information in it and share that with people. And this next image is a colorized image, just a plain colorized disk image of the sun, which if you come over here and click on solar disk, that's what you get. If you come down below that and click solar disk continuum, when the image was captured and it was on that wavelength, that gave you your solar hydrogen alpha image, but then it takes that image and it shifts the pixels 10 pixels to the left, and you got a continuum image, which I think is really, really, that's beyond math to me. That's magic as far as I'm concerned. I don't understand how all that works, but it does. It will also capture a corona image. So for you eclipse aficionados, you can say, hey, I got a coronagraph here. It's not actually a coronagraph. It wouldn't work. Not in my latitude and humidity in North Carolina. I could never do anything like that, but this does it somehow. This is a colorized image of the disk with the colorized image of the prominence layer added in. And the next button down is negative. Click that and you've got a negative image. One thing I want to point out right here is look at the contrast in these images. Ignore the rough edge there. That's what happens when you go out on a day when the seeing's not good. But even as bad as the seeing was, look at the details on the surface here. This thing's incredible. Let's see, below that, we've got the Dopplergram. Now this takes your standard image and it shifts it, it shifts it 3 pixels to the left and colors everything red. And then it takes it back to the original frequency, shifts it 3 pixels to the right and colors it blue. And lo and behold, you got a Dopplergram. And you can actually see that it's working here when you see some red filaments here that are actually, even though that portion of the sun is moving away from us, these filamentary structures are rising here and coming toward us and are getting redshifted. I think that, I mean, when I first saw that's the thing that made me said, oh, I got to have one of these. It can also do the same thing with the prominence layers. And you can see over on the left side at about 10:30, and over on the right side at about 1 or 2, you can actually see that the prominences are colored red and blue, and you can tell which ones are moving toward us and which are moving away. And Min is very robust with customer service. When I first got mine, so I was one of the first people to get one of these. I was in batch 1, which started arriving in America in around Christmas time. And I took this image. It's in the magnesium wavelength, and it had all these stripes on it. And I didn't know what to do. And I contacted Min and told him, hey, look at this image. Why has it got all these stripes on it? And within an hour, he got back to me and said, oh, that's a programming problem. Let me fix that for you. And 3 hours later, he got back to me and he said, okay, print your image again. And I did, and they were all gone. So, I mean, he's very quick like that. If you tell him, hey, I've got a problem here. He'll work with you to fix it. And I'm very happy with that for sure. This is a sodium D2 image. And you can just go through all these different images. And another feature in the program, like I said, when we first start out and we first start getting involved in spectroheliography, we don't know what hydrogen alpha line looks like, or a sodium line, or a calcium line, or they just look like a bunch of random lines on our slit image. So they've included in the JSOLEX program a thing called Solar Explorer, where you can take your image and lay it next to a window in the Solar Explorer and scan that image up and down until you see the lines match. And then it'll tell you what frequency you're on. So as a beginner, the first time user of a spectroheliograph, that's a great feature to have. I'm really glad it's there because I had no clue when I first started what I was looking at. And now I'm getting to the point where I can kind of recognize some of the lines. And I'm sure a year from now, I'll probably be pretty good at recognizing all of them, I hope. Anyways, this image I really liked. It's an image I took. I can't read the date, it's too small on my screen, but I took this in January. And then you can click on the right side of the menu bar and tell it bring up a gong image. And the gong image will come up and you can lay it next to your image. So I took this image, and then 3 days later, I got around to bringing up the gong image. So that bright area you see on the left center is on the right center now. But if you'd brought that image up the same time you took the image, you'll see that your image, oops. And the thing that amazed me when I first tried this back in January was, this is not the best image in the world, but look at the contrast compared to gong. And I know gong's got some high dollar telescopes. They're 4-inch telescopes, just like mine. But look at the increase in contrast in this SHG. And it's been said, and I'm still waiting to get a graph, that this thing operates at like 0.3 full width half maximum. Any of you solar observers know most filters work between 0.5 and 0.7, and then we double stack to get down to maybe 0.5 or maybe 0.4. And this thing's operating anywhere between 2 or 2 or 3 nanometers, or geez, I forgot. Anybody know angstroms, nanometers? Yeah, I forgot that. I'll have to look that up. Another thing. Angstroms, thank you. Another thing, and this was just discovered in February or March, I believe. It's extremely difficult to image the sun in helium D3 line because you have so much solar radiation in the coronosphere shining back down on the sun that you can't see the D3 line. Well, knowing that, the author Cedric Champeau, it's a French name, the author of the program found a way to take your image and subtract all that coronal light shining back down on the sun and eliminate it. And when he did that, there's a very clear image of the sun in helium D3 and Can you guys see my mouse? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so you see where I'm circling the mouse. And then if you look at this image off of space weather, taken at the very same time, there's a coronal hole. And there it is there. And as to the best of my knowledge, this is the first time I've ever seen an amateur astronomer image a coronal hole. Oh, there should have. Okay. So I just want to scan through these very quickly. And this is a whole series of images taken by my friend Wah up in Canada. There's the sun in calcium K, calcium H, hydrogen epsilon, hydrogen delta, titanium, helium, hydrogen beta, helium D3, sodium, iron, H alpha, and H alpha with clouds. And then he created this, which is one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever seen. Look at that. Look at all the different things you can capture with this spectroheliograph. It's just incredible. And all the different features that you can see and compare to each other.
You pay
Larry
extra for the
Alvarez.
clouds?
Pardon me?
You pay extra for those clouds?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm still working on my cloud filter. I haven't got it refined yet. Now this image was taken by Larry Alvarez, and Larry owns a Coronado 90 double stack unit. And he took that image on the right, and then he took the same image with the SHG 700 and did the same exact processing to both. But look at the contrast. So that's how much better this spectroheliograph performs at cost of $800 versus a Coronado 90 double stacked, which I'm guessing is probably somewhere around 6, 7, 8 grand, probably, with the
John,
double stack. Yeah.
Can you shoot me a copy of that image right there?
Sure.
Just email it. Email it to me.
All right.
I'm going to use it to talk my wife into letting me get one of these things.
I mean, for $800, you're not going to have to talk her into it, probably.
Well, it helps to have an astronomer for a wife. So.
Right. It does. It does. I'm very grateful to have one.
John, do you think Lunt and Skywatcher and some of the companies that make H alpha scopes will start mass producing these spectroheliographs in the future, near future?
I would be surprised if they didn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
because I think there's a real market for this. I mean, it's not really that bad, and look what you're getting, all those wavelengths. I mean,
yeah. Well, when Menz first started making these, he made 100 units.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I'm going to make 100 and I'll probably lose my tail on them, but I'm going to make 100 and see what happens. Before he got the bodies cut out, he had filled his 100 orders and was working on the second order. The last time I talked to him, he's sold 600 of these things.
Yeah, he's on number 6 now.
Yeah, and that's just since December. So to have sold that many units in such a short time tells me and plus the interest. I keep getting called back, hey, can you give another talk on this thing? And people are really interested in it. And I understand why, because when I saw what it could do, I was too.
There's a few U.S. dealers carrying this thing now.
Yes.
At a markup.
Oh, yeah. But if you buy them direct from Men, you can still get them for $880.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, John, this was just an amazing presentation. I mean, just what an incredible instrument, what it's capable of doing. It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife of solar observing. It's
Yes.
phenomenal. Really appreciate you bringing that to us.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so I just want to show this slide, and if anybody's got your cameras in front of you, if you're interested in more information, there's a whole bunch of information right there. Just
perfect.
Take a picture of that. And
well, and people can go online to the YouTube presentation because this is all being recorded. They can just jump to the end of our conference and they'll have that. Is there anything else that you want to share with us that for reference to people?
Nope, that's it. Just hopefully I'll see some of you guys next year at the Winter Star Party and at Peach State this year, maybe. And at NEAF.
Well, you're certainly getting around. That's great.
And hopefully, I heard someone mention earlier that that it would be a good idea to sometime in the future have another in-person meeting. I mean, I love the Zoom meetings, but I missed in-person.
Right.
I think I went to the last live version we did before COVID, and then I don't think we've had any since, right?
Nope. COVID has kind of rewritten the rules a bit, so we'll see what happens, what the future brings. But if not, maybe we'll catch up with you at one of the conferences or star parties that you're heading off to. So,
all right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Just fantastic presentation with a phenomenal.
I like having things on Zoom, incidentally, because you can go.
Yeah. Well, if we were to do an in-person thing, I think it would be hybrid, where you could either go in person, but you'd also still be able to attend virtually.
Well, that's nice if it works. Sometimes they don't work too well, but yeah, right.
We'll worry about that next year.
we have the technology. We'd make it work.
Yes, indeed. Well, guys, this wraps it up, and what a great presentation to go out on. I want to again thank all of the presenters. You guys are so good at doing this stuff and sharing your knowledge with everybody. That's kind of what is at the heart of ALPO, I think, is sharing information about how we can study the solar system. We do have a awards meeting at 7:00 tonight, Tim. And,
yep, we do.
And then our featured speaker, Dr. Sutton, I believe, who will be, I guess, starting at what, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30.
Yeah, we start at 7, and we have our awards. We're having the Mike Reynolds Award at 7:00 or 7:05, right around then the Peggy Haas Award, and then the Walter Haas Award, and then following that'll approximately 7:30. Paul Sutter will be giving the talk, his keynote speech.
Excellent. Well, obviously, I hope that everybody can join us this evening for what will be, I think, an excellent keynote address, and that will wrap up our conference. So again, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you being here today. I think this was a great conference. My thanks again to Ken and Tim for putting this together.
Yeah, and I've already sent out the link, so you all should have it in your mailbox. So
awesome.
I hope to see you all in a little over an hour.
Indeed.
All right.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Later. Bye.